hola, hola, hola. Hey, hola, hola, hola.
Take.
Yeah.
are working.
They are.
Okay. Are they?
Yeah, right.
Good morning, everyone. No, microphones are not. Okay. I'm so impatient. Is it working? Ah, this one. Okay. Hello. Okay. You can hear me. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Hi. So, welcome to GUADEC 2026 in A Coruña. We are so happy to be back. I've heard the last edition was a blast, so I hope that this is going to be even a better edition of GUADEC. We're so happy to see new faces and also very familiar faces, so thank you all for coming. Before we officially start the conference, we would like to make a few announcements, but first of all, I'd like to give a big thank you to all the sponsors for making GUADEC possible. Thank you so much, Endless, Red Hat, Canonical, OpenSUSE, Igalia, and CodeThink. Thanks again for supporting us this year. Please, a big applause for our sponsors. Thank you. And a few things regarding the tracks. So this is going to be the first track. It's the main auditorium. So all, like in the schedule, all the talks that are on the left side of the schedule means that they will be held in this track. And the second track are all the talks that will be upstairs. So the second track is on the third floor of this building. It's the last floor. You turn on the right, and it's the room 3.2. You will see all the signages and everything, so it's going to be quite easy for you to reach that out. So another, one more time, the first track here, the second track is in the very last floor. You turn on the right. Iago will give a few other announcements, and one quick thing, the way to reach the second track is either by stairs, you can take the stairs, or you can take the elevator that's in this floor, at the end, of the right side. Now a few announcements for the coffee breaks, lunches, and the bus times.
For the coffee breaks, you will have in GUADEC for the first 3 days 2 coffee breaks a day, one on the during the morning and one after the lunch. Those you can take as you wish. They will be right outside this auditorium at the right-hand side, and those are included by GNOME. Thanks, GNOME. For lunch is at your cost, but you can go to any cafeteria that is around here. We recommend the economics faculty. If you exit through the first floor, you should turn right-hand side and follow the trees that are at the back. That is that faculty, and we recommend it because at 12:30, when we have scheduled the lunch break, it's quite early to eat here in A Coruña, so that faculty will be serving lunches for you. There should be vegan options and vegetarian options, and it's quite affordable, we think. And then, yeah, for Saturday, there will be no cafeteria open, but this faculty's cafeteria will be open just for us. So we have to sell the tickets in advance. Many of you have already bought them, but we have some spares that you can buy where the t-shirts are. So it's your last chance. We have some, not many, but you can come and check if you would like to have lunch here on Saturday. And then for the buses, if you are hosted at Rialta, you have buses to come here every day at 9:45, and every day to go back. Today it's at 6 p.m., and tomorrow is at 5:30. Other buses you can take is line 24 or line UDC. If you exit through the main door in floor 0, you should turn right, and any bus that is going to the left-hand side, sorry, I said right before, it goes upwards to Zapateira, where Rialta is, and if you want to go downtown, you should take any bus, line UDC, that is going to the right-hand side. Other than that, you can ask me on Matrix, and I hope you have a nice time here in A Coruña.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So the first speaker is Jakub. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me? So we start off by not talking about, containers and var links and all these things. we're going to start off old school with some visual design. So I'm going to be talking about, it's called symbolic achievements, as if we've done a lot of things. We did do a lot of things, but it's also like mostly potential achievements, because there's a lot of things that we can still do. So I was gonna do a little overview of our icon styles over the years, but I would not finish this presentation. And because Lapo Calamandre is watching the stream and he's gonna laugh at me for not finishing the thing, I'm gonna skip over the past, and we're just gonna talk about the past, but not that long ago. So we've been doing monochrome symbols for button icons for ages. That predates GNOME 3 release. The initial inspiration came from the Open Hand folks that did the amazing Moblin platform that also like inspired some other things, like using workspaces to manage many windows rather than minimizing them into a dock and all those kinds of things. But they did like these really lovely symbols contrasting to our full color icons that you had to work really hard to make them legible on different backgrounds and all sorts of things, while the symbols were in many ways similar to text, where you could get good contrast by just setting the foreground color to be contrasty to the background color, which is the way to achieve good contrast. We sort of rolled them before GNOME, or they started showing up before GNOME 3, but it was GNOME 3 where we fully embraced it for the apps. Of course, it came into this icon theming world, and we had sort of a hack to force the icons to be this specific symbol style. But overall, like you can't really see because I just used a wallpaper with the symbols, but they were not very consistent, like in terms of style. Most of them were like stencils, so like filled shapes, and some of them were outlines. It was just all over the place. So that I jumped a few years to the last stable release, GNOME 50, where nobody actually noticed that we've shipped hundreds of icons that you either didn't notice that they're new, they're using a different rendering path, because they were kind of modeled to maintain that 2-pixel stroke width for the 16 by 16 nominal canvas. And also there's a Advaita icon theme in the way that many of these icons you don't really see. So what's new about the style? So all the metaphors are actually quite simplified, because the fact that they're stroke only, so that there's like a path that's being stroked, makes it harder to like add detail. So for example, the old stencil style allowed you, like it's actually like quite difficult to do a thing with a hole in the stroke only style. So you usually have to work around and change the metaphor to get the point across. But also like the constraints make it much easier to scan. Like you either get the icon, and also there's the Stephen Garrity rule that when you can't really express the metaphor with an icon, it shouldn't be an icon. We have currently over 1,000 icons in the new style. It's like getting close to 1,100. So as with everything, if you're trying something new, you gotta do, you gotta try it out. So I guess with 1100 icons, we did try out the style, and it's working fairly well. What was I going to say there? Yes, good quality. Oh yeah, so there was a plan to go through a number of things. First one was the GDK stock icons. We got that. Then there's covering all the named icons that the Adwaita icon theme provides. We got that. There's the idiotically named icon development kit, which is like this library of icons that people are free, or app developers are free to query and ship alongside their apps, and their to be certain that nothing changes under their feet. And like I said, there's over 1,000 icons. Now, so they are stroke only, which is great, but they don't have to be. Another attribute of these new icons is that they're multi-state. What does that mean? So you can have like multiple icons within an icon, which is useful for multiple reasons. So for example, it's quite common on the mobile apps to emphasize the checked state for a button, because usually I have, to make it clearer which one is checked, I use 3 here, so I'm cheating. But like if you have just 2 buttons, very many times you're like wondering, well, which one is on and which one is off. So the fact that you can have an icon that has both the outline state and the filled state can enhance the fact that the button is pushed, because the filled state in here is meant for the active view in this view switcher. There's many other uses for states. So for example, Tobias was really not happy with the media playback icons to be outlined. So I mean, for me, they're fine if they're in a button, like in a player. But for example, the OSD, the overlay icons, are kind of hard to see. So it's true that the filled variant would work much better. So again, you can use the filled state. I'm going to talk a bit about states later, but you can use the filled state for a specific context. The driving force to redo all these icons for me was that you can have variable weight, as in like visual weight. We used to, with the old style symbolics, we used to like do that, mimic that with opacity. So when you had text, large text, and then you would have this very heavy 2-pixel stroke on a 16 by 16 nominal canvas, and you scale it up, it suddenly starts being super bold, very, very heavy. So we lowered the opacity to have it in sync with the text that wasn't that heavy. Now we have the ability to set the visual weight with a stroke, and it's not just a simple. I mean, it is, I don't want to get into details, but it would be because like I said, to get contrast, icons became a little bit like text, and many other platforms use fonts to do icons, because fonts are kind of the natural implementation of how you could do symbols. However, we lack decent tooling to be able, because people don't font designers kind of finish a typeface and it's done. With icons, it's a constant update, so it's really tricky. All the tooling is proprietary, and it would be great to do it as fonts, but we opted to do something that's, that has tooling and it's simple, and that's SVG. But we do have something more sophisticated than just simple stroke width, like a uniform, like many of icons can live with just one stroke width. But we do have means to set, like, interpolate between 3 values for the stroke width. So you can have like certain lines that are thinner in the icon for adding some detail. And even, this is like one of the examples. It's a donut, very useful metaphor. It's like you can think of many uses for this icon. No, it's just like to demonstrate that you can have a detail that's only for the, like, a large scale that usually uses lower stroke width. And if you have a small icon with you know, thick strokes, you don't have that extra detail. So you can do that. This is a screen capture of the stroke width in action. So while this isn't meant to be like user control, this is really for the toolkit or the app to do the decisions of, you know, at what size to use what stroke width. But I'm sure that people will be exposing all this everywhere, but that's not what it's meant for. It also demonstrates the different states. So this is a filled state, so that uses like the shape, and you can see the cutout of the sort of like the brushes separating, and that's using, because Matthias, when we started, big shout out to Matthias for implementing the GTK SVG. He's going to be giving a talk on this later, like directly after my talk or one after. So it has gained a lot of functionality, a lot more functionality than initially. So while what I'm demoing here is a very small subset, there's a lot of potential that of things that we could be using. So this is using masks. So we can use masks. The first kind of user of the exposing the icons out in the wild was libadwaita, doing what I wanted for the longest of time, where the symbolic icons were not working particularly well, because, like I said, if you scale up the 2-pixel 16 by 16 to a larger than 64 canvas, it just becomes too thick. So in here, for the empty views, we can use thinner strokes, and it looks elegant. So it was the first one to actually use those in the wild. Yeah. Also, Alice, being the first one to use it, actually figured out that it's not very ergonomic or convenient to be using like just conventions to call the states by integers. So now we have named states. So when you look up an icon, you can look it up by name and then provide the state as a name as well. I think I'm gonna skip over that because I was hoping that we're gonna get. So Alice was doing a lot of work on like figuring out what icons are actually used among apps. I don't have the spreadsheet. She did really good job of identifying the icons that are actually used out in the wild, so that libadwaita can have, because like the promise on ours, like why am I doing all the symbolic icon stuff? For the apps to have an easy job of shipping icons that don't change, randomly, because the semantic named giant theme, you can't even add an icon because you need to make everything work together. So Alice was really into shipping like a basic set of named icons that are easy to use. Just like look it up by name, because like we haven't shipped a very pleasant developer experience to look up from those thousands of icons and bundle it in your app as a G resource. It's tedious, and people don't want to do it, and they want to do a named lookup. So I was hoping that I can plug somebody else's work, but it's not done yet. So it may happen for 1.10, but maybe not. It's going to be like I was aiming at like 30 icons. She actually settled to something like it's over 100. I think it's 200. Yeah, another thing that that the new icons could be good at, but we don't actually use yet, is transitions and animation. I could probably launch a icon shaper. I have it, but I now need to put it in here. Oh, it's laggy. It's laggy. Okay. There's like a half a second delay, so I feel like I'm. There we go. Okay, so we can do animation. Sort of. Yeah, so this is one of the ways that you can animate the icons. There's some paths that are not meant to be displayed. They're just invisible, and they're used for driving other paths to move along them. There's other path-based, like usually if you did SVG animation on the web, most of the things that are like drawing paths, there's like a dashed line, and you just animate, the offsets of the properties. But this like masks all the hackish elements of it, and yeah, let's move on. So the thing that this rendering allows us, but we don't quite have tooling, mainly because I couldn't design it properly, but it could be really great, is the keyframed animation. So for the transitions especially, this is just a mock-up in Blender, but there's actually tooling. There's two contributors to the visual design world in GNOME that I haven't met, and I only know a nickname, which is very like 1990s. And one of them is GNOME. So this mysterious person has been animating, the SVG illustrations in something called Friction. So I'm hoping that I can get to use that for the transitions, and using the stateful icons that way. But that's, yeah, but this is me just struggling to bolt the animation, the keyframed animation into Shaper, which is the tool of choice. A huge thanks to Matthias for doing the tooling. So that's what, it's not a tool to do the shapes themselves. Like we have Inkscape for that, but it manages all the animation and transition and the attributes of the icon. So you can have opacity for grouping and the stroking, the min, medium, max, all the logic of the multi-state icons are done in Shaper, which currently is shipping with GTK, but Matthias would like it to be an app. If anybody's interested in, tackling the transition animation stuff with me, then please, find me and let's talk. The other existing tooling, Maximiliano has done initial work on, having icon library, which is the tool to look up icons and, get some hand-holding hints on how to, take them and put them into your app as a G resource. So to make it use the new stuff, it's not quite ready and landed yet, but hopefully very soon. I think it also depends on how the stock icons in libadwaita themselves land. So it would be great to have icon library use the new stuff as well. So for 51, I was hoping to get the first visible, like I said, we already have those icons landed in many places within GNOME 50, but nobody sees them because they're used the same way as the old ones. I would love to update, or wanted to have the initial states, empty states of apps to use the new style of icons with the weight lowered so that it looks elegant, just like in libadwaita. Not sure if we're gonna manage that. So there's a mock-up of how things could look like. Of course, I would love to, this is like one of that's the animation type of animation, the transition. So like, it's a very subtle thing. Instead of just getting the window, open up binary, it would have this really nice introduction. There's apps that are using the new style, like GUADEC, which is like this graphical interface on top of Git. I have maps here because I wanted to land all these things, but maps is actually using so many icons, so I didn't quite finish. So it's, again, I'm lying. It's not, maps is still, it's in progress. It's in progress. So there's like a little overview of what's ahead of us in terms of the new symbolics. I don't know how much time I got. I would sort of briefly touch on why I hate the semantic naming so much. Because like it's tricky in that every software, free software project, there's a mantra of that it's very easy to add things, but pretty much impossible to change things or remove things. Well, I found you a thing where even adding new things is very hard, and that's semantic naming. So the thing is that you don't name your icons, describing what's on them. You actually name them according to the function that they're supposed to be, communicating. The problem is that, for example, the cross, you have, a very commonly used metaphor for closing windows. Okay, well, let's call it window close. But then there's many contexts where you can use, and there's prior art, to use the very same icon, closing an item within a list. Perfectly fine to have the exact same. If you build a semantic global icon theme, you can't have, you have unique, 1 minute, okay, that's good. You have to have a unique name and function for each, so then you everybody uses a lock for secure connection. Well, we already have that for locking, preventing changes. So you gotta do that. So every everything where you would normally, somebody approaches you, I want to do this, where do I find the icon? And I'm going, well, you can't use that because like we use that for preventing changes. Use the shield. And they're like, so everybody ends up using I want to use the lock. So they use the lock. And then you can't change because like, if you want to add a new icon, then, well, there's already this, but it would, this metaphor would better be used for this. So I'm going to change all the three. But then you change the three, everybody keeps shouting at you. You can't really change because like it's already used in the out there. So like it's a big pain to be using, and also like metaphors outlive. Nobody knows what a floppy is these days for save. So horrible. I hate them. So I really like just descriptive names. There's an icon, prior art, perfectly fine to use at this context. Just use it. There you have it. So I wanna. If somebody approaches me, I want an icon for this. I want to look at the app. I want to look at the current context. This would work great. Here you go. That's it. I want to thank you these people mainly for making it happen. Wasabics again. I don't know the person. I only know the nickname. Thank you for helping me out with lots of the symbols. And I'll thank you for attention.
Thank you, Jakub. If we have any questions from the public, you have a couple more minutes to make them. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to be around the venue. I'll be right there. In the meantime, I'm asking the next speaker to get closer to the stage and prepare his slides.
Sorry, so I was looking for this shaper tool, and is it on the GNOME Nightly Flatpak repo? Because I was looking for it and it was a little hard to find.
Yeah, I don't think that we provide it as a Flatpak. Currently, it's only like you have to build. There's a target in Builder. So if you use Builder, then you can check out GTK, and one of the build targets is Icon Shaper.
Okay.
I think it's called Icon Tool in there.
Okay, it's just that I found
You have to build it, yeah.
It's okay. It's just
Like we want to make it an app. We want to have it outside of GTK.
yeah, it's just that I found the original post from the creator of the app, and he said that it will be available in GNOME Nightly Flatpak as a Flatpak. And I didn't check the time, so I assumed this was a very long time ago. So yeah, okay, I understand. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Also, people at home are not sending questions yet, but if you'd like to ask something, feel free to send them in the chat. And I'm going to ask Jakub if he can take a look and respond to you. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And we just need a couple minutes to set up.
That one?
Jakub, is this yours, the laptop? Okay.
Just leave them.
A gift.
Thank you. Is it the wrong one?
To extend or something.
Oh, I see it.
Mirror, could it be?
Yeah, let me see. Okay, I'll just mirror it. That's not very helpful. Is this the wrong cable or something?
No, it's okay. But if you can do mirror,
I did just
maybe
change it
it
to
works
mirror.
better.
Technical
Yeah,
difficulties.
69. Oh no, you have 69. Okay.
you have the PDF? We can try with another laptop. Okay.
Matter is not working well.
So if
Do you have Podium installed? Do you have Podium installed? You have, right? Podium? Podium, yes. Right? No? You exported the slides to PDF? Damn it. I think no one has this app. This is not great. Yeah, because I don't have a PDF this time around.
oh,
I got convinced to use an app. I guess it's beta testing.
do you need me to do anything? Can I ask a laptop for someone that you know that has
If
this
someone
Podium?
has Podium installed, but I don't see anyone here who has it. This is bad.
Well, you have a microphone and you can use it to ask. Has anyone? Oh, there is. Okay, cool.
Then we only have to get the file somewhere.
Awesome.
Let's see if this. Oh my God! What happened here? No clue. It doesn't detect right. I think now it doesn't detect it at all. Wait, no, now it detects it, but this is like.
Oh,
Is this
sorry.
actually the right cable? Why does it not phone an issue? Or is it just?
Your first screen is black. I mean, the first slide of the presentation is black. No.
Like this is.
If you have a USB, you can try.
If you want to try something.
If you have a USB, you can try my laptop. Or, actually, I don't know. Actually, I have a USB. It's like very down into my bag somewhere. Like in my keys. Yes. No, maybe. But it's a GUADEC _26 donation one. GUADEC, the third one. And that's GUADEC
Hey, Dipesh, I haven't started yet. We have some issues with Sebastian's presentation. His laptop is not recognized by the project.
I is it a track? Or mine is not receiving. No, it's like. Oh. Oh, but here it is. Here it is. Okay, there we go.
Is there? Okay.
Just my touchpad is a bit. You roll. Hey. But I don't. But I don't. That's just a markdown, right? Yeah. I don't know if they. Is it this one? HDMI. It's there. They don't have any images, so I didn't want to keep that experimental, but it was apparently experimental, two experimental already. Now it's just a laptop, it's experimental. I'll just get my other project. I'll copy the CSS from there.
Do I need another CSS?
I saw.
Because it's too small.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
But it's.
Let's
Do
see
you,
if that works.
are we?
And now we're back to square one where it doesn't work.
Okay, so it's not just my issue then. Maybe
Amazing.
it's
an upstream issue, so to speak.
Is this GNOME OS or something?
No, this is Fedora.
Okay, so
Stable.
It's proven. Did you pay your subscription to the HDMI?
why did yours work?
I don't know, I mean, like,
It was working with your computer. So
actually, save this, save the podium file.
Yeah.
Send it to the attendees.
I can give you 5 extra minutes, but you are going to still have 5 or 10
It's
less
not
minutes.
gonna. It's not
As
gonna
long
be
as
an
you
issue.
can
Yeah, I
at least
can-
do the
I can-
presentation.
Just send the podium file.
Yeah, to the channel.
So calculate the time that I show you 5
I
minutes, the end of the time. I'm so sorry.
Yes, my hands are the technical issues. But it's not just me apparently.
No, I think it's maybe an issue with
Yeah, maybe we need to figure this out.
I'm at the other room, so that's
Oh, the other room so far is working fine.
Yeah.
They are telling me at least.
It worked fine for Jakob, so I don't know what's going on.
But it's like an HDMI, and
Maybe it's a ThinkPad issue.
could be. Oh no, this is
not a
Legion,
ThinkPad.
but it's Lenovo.
I don't know.
Okay, so give me the. But it's still uploading. So
only what the word.
I'm using your web tool or.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But thanks already. Like I appreciate it.
That's good to know.
Oh, thank you everyone, yeah.
Let's see if we're still if we have HDMI here.
Okay, we're trying to install Podium currently.
But
the HDMI is not working.
HDMI is not working.
Amazing.
It is working?
What is the magic?
Okay, oh my god. Oh, Jakub, we are going to use your laptop.
Everyone is. Yeah, you don't have a laptop for the next few days. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
These,
okay.
save it. Save it. Now I can
It's gonna be
do
a fast one.
downloads. I hope there's nothing nasty in there. No good.
They're not showing the
Oh, okay.
screen. Okay, thank you.
I can
Easy.
present you here.
Oh.
So, hello everyone, we are finally back after 10 minutes and a little heart attack and 5 technical men trying to solve this issue. We made it. And yeah, we are going to continue with the next presentation. We are going to take 5 minutes from the coffee break, so we are going to go out just a tiny bit later, obviously. And yeah, I'm going to let the stage to Sebastian, and he's going to talk about a new stack for GNOME system components.
So yeah, hello. Took a while, but here we are. Yeah, so I want to talk about maybe an approach that we could take for essentially modernizing and changing a bit like how our system components are working. So essentially the context here is that I'm not going to talk about apps or anything. I'm only talking about system components, which means like something like the compositor and all the daemons that we have, and like everything that's around the apps essentially. Like everything that's not an app is a system component. So yeah, I've been working on a bunch of those parts of the stack, like mostly Matter, Flatpak, and Portals at this point. And it's all written in C, which is, on the one hand, like it's nice that it's all the same language, but like it's C. But on the other hand, also glib has been super helpful with dealing with C issues, like the entire auto pointers, ownership, transfer. Like there's a lot of interesting and good things in glib that make dealing with C actually like bearable. So yeah, it has been super helpful. I think it really improves like our code in general. But it's like a language from the like 70s, 80s, whatever. Like it's not gonna solve all the issues. Specifically, what it is not solving is like memory safety, and it also doesn't have like this nice zero-cost abstractions. Like whenever you write a loop in like C, it's still a loop where you like specifically have to write the loop and then do stuff in it and whatever. And like Rust has this nice abstractions where you just call iterators, functions, and it does a lot of things in like very few lines of code. There's those new languages, they have their advantages, and like it would be nice if we could use them. Specifically, the memory safety stuff I feel is important, especially because we now have like a lot of security issues that are being surfaced, thanks to LLMs being kind of good at looking at code. So yeah, the idea is then essentially like, can we just use Rust for our system components? And essentially, like, if you currently try to do this, you're going to see some certain patterns. Like, you still need to consume something from our stack usually. Like, you want to deal with applications, you want to deal with GNOME-specific things. Like, you want to use some libraries that already exist. So, like, you're going to use something from glib, some kind of GObject bindings that you're going to use from Rust. It can be like about desktop files, about how to actually spawn an application, which is like much more interesting than just executing a binary. Things like MIME handling, and there's a bunch of other XDG specs which kind of you get from glib, and which you don't really get by default from the new languages. And usually, like system components, also you want them to be consumable. Like they do something on behalf of something else. So like they have to be either consumed via some IPC thing or like via GObject bindings usually. And if you try to actually do this, you run into a bunch of issues when you use Rust together with glib and GObject things. If you do anything that involves some async work, you will use something like Tokyo in Rust, and then you have a main loop there. And then you have glib, which has its main loop, and then you suddenly have to get stuff from the one main loop into the other one, and it's just kind of messy. And if you use the GObject bindings that we have for Rust, then there's a whole bunch of issues around. For example, if you want to use signals, then you need a callback, and the callback has a lifetime of static, which means that you suddenly have to do some weird ref counting things to make it, like, to work around all of this, like, mismatch. There's a whole issue about how object orientation from GObject is exposed to, like, the trait system that Rust has, where, like, you use different traits to implement basically the subclasses and everything. The safety thing is also kind of weird because in theory everything in Rust is safe as long as you don't use unsafe, like memory safe. But the the GObject bindings kind of sometimes destroy this because they might not be safe, and like it's not entirely sure all the time that like the auto-generated bindings actually are entirely safe. So it doesn't really compose that well as well. And it's in general, also the people who are maintaining the bindings are doing some great work, but they're also not really happy with it. Like, it's not a great system. So, like, the question here really is, can we just drop glib, essentially, when doing Rust? Can we just not use gobjects and anything that comes from it? Yeah, what it would mean is essentially that we are not going to use any kind of gobject library that you're just, yeah, like any bindings that currently rely on gobject. And instead, we're just going to use more IPC, essentially. Like, we're going to expose things via varlink. We're going to do the normal thing that you do in Rust when you are not using, like when you're not on the GNOME stack, which is like you use crates and you get functionality. So essentially, third-party things that you're just consuming. And then we want to expose varlink, like, but we also want to consume varlink services. Like, we need functionality, and we want to expose functionality. And I'm just saying, okay, let's try to do this mostly over RPC. So yeah, there's some simple things actually that we need and that glib provides that are easily implementable in like the language that we want to use, for example, in Rust. Like the XDG base tier specification, for example, is essentially just a bunch of environment variables which are telling you how to assemble a path to a certain thing, like where is my config directory, or like what's the list of config directories in which order. So like that's something you can just implement in the language, and you don't need a service for you to handle this kind of stuff. Yeah, XDG activation tokens, also just environment variable which tells you something about, like it's a semantic for an environment variable. Like you don't need any kind of crazy IPC mechanism for this stuff. Just implement this, it's fine. Like you also don't really need glib bindings for that, so yeah. But there's also like more complex functionality that glib has, and I think that is the point where you kind of want to look into abstracting it out of glib and into your own kind of service that provides something for you. And the kind of things I'm thinking about here are something like file trashing, which seems quite easy on the surface, but like if you ever look at the XDG spec, it becomes kind of a more interesting problem than one would assume. Yeah. Also, if you want to launch an app, this is also not that trivial because you have to parse a bunch of, like, you have to use the XDG base directory specification to find a whole bunch of directories, read all the files from there, then like associate, like read a whole bunch of other files to figure out like which MIME type, for example, something handles, and then you have to figure out how to actually launch it. So there's a lot of things that you actually have to do there. So I'm thinking stuff like that could also be abstracted away into a service which handles all of those details for you. The same for another thing that glib provides is this kind of abstraction over a file where we support, for example, remote files like SFTP, where you just access the thing, the UI, and it magically works. And I would like say that we should use more Fuse for that as like services where you can just tell the Fuse, like a specific Fuse file system that you want to access something instead of like abstracting this away in glib in the file API. Okay, so I've been saying we should use more IPC, but like the question is like, why would we want to use varlink? The obvious ones, like it makes functionality available to other processes. It is language agnostic, and it's kind of simpler and not dbus, essentially. Like, as much as we usually know how to deal with dbus, other people are often confused by what's going on, the complexity around it and everything. So the whole it's not dbus thing, it also comes down to it being not a bus. It's a direct connection. It's essentially a Unix socket, and you just write a bit of JSON to it. And because it is like this direct Unix socket connection, it also means that you avoid all the context switching that a bus system gives you, and like multiple encoding, decoding steps and all of that stuff. It supports socket activation, so you don't have to run the service. You just yeah, the service can be activated by something like systemd. You can essentially, because of the socket activation thing, you can essentially handle a single connection in one execution instance of a process. So a connection comes in, the socket gets accepted, it will hand off, like execute your program for specifically this connection. You will deal with the connection and then exit. You can also, like, a nice feature is that you essentially can run the thing as a normal command line app. It will be essentially the same code. You just have to change a bit where you're reading the input and the output from. It's also really simple because it's just JSON, and you also do a bit of FD parsing because it's usually what you want to do over like system services. We also, like, it's kind of easy to observe what's going on if you just strace a process. You can see the varlink calls being made because it's just JSON strings. There's also nowadays a registry for the available services. They kind of added this with systemd a few versions ago, and we are also working on some monitoring solutions. So something like dbus monitor is also working for varlink then. And it also supports protocol upgrades where you can just use varlink and then say, okay, I now want to use another kind of thing, another protocol. And obviously, like, there's a lot of implementations of varlink because it is quite simple, because you just need to send a bit of JSON around and accept file descriptors. You can just implement something really easily. We have an implementation which is like usable from glib. Christian Hergert wrote one, which is, I forgot the name, gvarlink maybe, I don't know anymore. But it's using, like, you can use it from C with libdex and async. It's really nice. Systemd has theirs. Rust obviously has zlink. There's also implementation in Python. So, like, a lot of languages supported nowadays. And, like, I think one of the big advantages of varlink is specifically that the socket activated case is kind of neat, because if you want to implement a service, what you usually end up with is this kind of service architecture where you start a process, you then you create the socket that you're listening on, and then you accept connections on that socket, and then you need a way to concurrently handle multiple connections, and that means that you need some kind of async or threads or like something that handles all of that stuff. And if you just do the socket activated thing, then the only thing that you have to do is handle a single connection in your process. And that usually makes implementing things really easy. Like, if you want to implement a trashing service, then you would implement essentially trashing for a single file, and that's all the executable has to do, and it becomes a service just by being socket activated and speaking varlink. Yeah, but also because it is just varlink and just the normal socket service thing can work, so you can still do the more complex cases just like you could do with dbus previously. Yeah, another thing that kind of, so varlink is kind of new compared to dbus, which means that there's still a lot of cases where we don't have great answers yet. There are usually patterns in dbus that we use where we know it works. With varlink, it's a bit more complicated because the patterns don't exist yet. But usually you can figure out something nice, but it's also a good opportunity to start using it and actually make it do the things that we need it to do. Like, it's currently mostly used by systemd, which means that they are currently kind of shaping the varlink ecosystem. But they're also open to like suggestions and like to improvements that you might have, which means that, like, I think now is a good time to essentially start using varlink and figure out what we need from it. Because while systemd is really heavily using it, they are not using it for like desktop infrastructure, so they're kind of missing some of the use cases we have found. Yeah, and if you if you make one of those like Varlink services, it also turns out that you essentially just almost made a portal already if you go for one of those services. Like portals are usually the things that we use, that we expose to applications, like services that applications can use, even sandbox ones. So if you make a Varlink service, for example, a trashing one, like you want to trash a file, and we separate it out as a service, not only system components could use it, like we could also expose this to applications. It is possible what we're currently also doing in portals, but if we wanted to do this with Varlink, we could have the opportunity to essentially do a new kind of portal system. And all you would have to do essentially to turn this into a portal is query like the information about the app identity, which we have a plan for, which would also be just a Varlink call. And then you would, based on the identity, kind of have to restrict what the application is allowed to do. And if you do all of that and you just put a socket in the right path, we can just mount that inside the sandbox for Flatpaks, for example, and it will just magically appear as like a service that the application can use, and it will just do the right thing. So I think it would not just be great for system services to talk with each other or with like other system components. We actually could use the same approach to essentially give applications the APIs they need. And I think that's already all. So I apparently managed to cram this into yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Sebastian. If we have one question, I think we can take it. It's a big venue. Just give me a second.
Thank you. I'm cheating. I have two questions. The first one is, some of us are dumb enough to have multi-OS support. So how would Varlink play with Mac OS or Windows? The other question is, to me it seems like GObject has 90s derivative, whatever, inheritance. And the question to me is like, wouldn't it be nowadays perhaps be a good way to get rid of that in a GObject 2, which is more component-based?
Okay, so the one is easy. Like on Mac, the stuff works well. Varlink just works there because it's like just a Unix socket and FD parsing and JSON, so that's not an issue. For Windows, I actually don't know. Never looked into that. But sorry? Nowadays, Windows has Unix sockets as well, but not FD parsing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You might have to design things in a different way there, but like. For example, portals are already very Linux, Unix specific, and we still kind of manage to do apps with them. So I think your question was targeted like how apps would consume that, right? Yeah. The other question about like maybe just doing another GObject kind of thing. No. I think people have kind of tried. I think Ibasi kind of presented something like a vision for how to get away from GObject and still being like on a G-type system. And it's like, you can try that, but I feel like there's probably still going to be a lot of mismatch. You still have like the problem that you have to port everything. Like, and I also don't think that it really, like the bindings are an issue. Like you have to write bindings for every language where you want to use it. You have to maintain it. Like it's kind of a lot of work. And it's not working that well sometimes, whereas like an IPC mechanism usually just works in every language and you just get things for free, kind of. So that is the reason why I would prefer if you just do more IPC instead of trying to come up with a new GObject kind of thing. But also, if people want to do a new GObject thing, like, sure, like, why not? I think they're not mutually exclusive.
So yeah, I think that's it. If you have any, okay, I see people raising their hands. Let's do one more question.
So, I mean, the interaction between like server-client applications at this point is going to be simplified, but at the same time, you might still require, you know, the signaling situation that we have in the bus. So we basically end up to have two servers speaking together, right? To have something like that. Now, do we plan somehow to have some wrappers or some simplification to easily allow to create like this kind of interactions that we have seen in the bus? So you do a call, an async call or whatever, you get an answer back asynchronously or signaling back and this kind of stuff. Can we somehow wrap it into something like which make it easier to replicate that scenario?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you're asking. Yeah, are you asking about existing dbus things or?
Replicating the same kind of process interaction we have now in the bus. So we have, you know, basically you can call and reply back
Broadcasting or
and
something.
signaling, which are not possible in Varlink.
Right, Varlink has a bit of, like, it has a few limitations, but like it mostly comes down to broadcasting. Like everything else you can just kind of replicate with just normal Unix sockets and sending requests, like calls and responses. You can also do a thing where you use multiple Varlink connections, like you spawn a new connection on that connection if you want to have a thing that is essentially a signal. There are ways to work with Varlink to get most of the things. Broadcasting is one of the few things that it doesn't support. But I don't think that it usually is a big deal. Like, I'm not aware of like any cases where broadcasting is really a big thing. You can just send a message on a bunch of connections and it's probably fine.
Hello. So I have one last question from the chat, just because we haven't had any questions from people attending from home so far. So FD passing is just an implementation detail of SD Varlink and Varlink glib. When the medium is a Unix socket, any plan to create an extension spec so implementations can be on the same page?
Yeah, so Varlink is a bit underspecified, but like essentially what systemd is doing is like pretty much the spec, which is not ideal, granted, but on the other hand, essentially the SD parsing stuff is implemented by every Varlink library that exists, so I don't think like in practice it's a big deal.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sebastian.
Thank you.
We have a very short 10-minute break. You can go and grab some water and snacks outside, and then we are going to meet again in 10 minutes exactly. energy is back because we are going to continue with our next presenter, Matthias Lassen, and he's going to talk about SVG in GNOME. Thank you very much. An applause.
Hello, everybody. I'm Matthias. I've been around GNOME for a long time. You can probably find code I've written in and around GNOME in many places. And my home base is GTK. But today I want to talk about SVG and GNOME. Or at least that's the title I put on my abstract when I submitted it. And there's certainly many things I could talk about, new places in GNOME where SVG pops up. For example, our new image loading framework in Glycin, which supports SVG, or the just merged support for SVG cursors in GNOME Shell. But really, what I want to focus on today is GTK and SVG, because that's what I spend a good amount of my time on over the past year or so. Before I dive into that, I hope you all saw Jakob's presentation a little earlier today, because he did a great job of showing you live and in action what I'm going to describe a little more chronologically and theoretical. But you'll see. Before I get to that, though, I want to give a brief background about SVG itself, although I assume that most people here know that SVG is a vector graphics format that was invented in the late 90s, back when XML was cool, so SVG is using XML. Version 1.0 of the SVG spec was finished in 2001. Version 1.1 came out in 2011. And the standardization process for SVG2 broke the monolithic SVG spec into a whole bunch of separate CSS specifications. So there's now like a CSS spec for shapes, and a CSS spec for transforms, and a CSS spec for filters, and many more. But also the SVG2 standardization process ran a little bit out of steam. There was a candidate recommendation for SVG2 in 2016, and that's one of the later stages in the W3C standardization process. But here we are more than a decade later, and there's still no final SVG2 spec. I think the web browsers have kind of lost interest in that, and the few new additions that have been added to the SVG2 drafts, new features, have been implemented only very inconsistently by web browsers, so they're now slowly getting ripped out of the spec again to finally get to the finish line, which is a bit of a sad state of affairs, I want to say. But to give you some impression of what kind of insanely broad and deep spec SVG really is, here's a graph from an SVG test suite called the RE SVG test suite, which has more than 1,600 tests, as you can see here. It has pretty good coverage of SVG, and if you look at the graph, you can see that even the web browsers, which are the primary implementers of SVG, don't even break the 90% mark on this test suite. And the test suite does not cover, for example, interactivity or animation or any of the new SVG2 additions. So there's certainly a lot to cover. And on the off chance that you've never seen how SVG looks on the inside, this is a small example. It's clearly XML, as you can see, and if you squint a bit, even though it's small, maybe you can make out that there's elements for rects and for circles and for paths. There's lots of coordinates for the paths. And if you squint even more, you may be able to make out fill and stroke attributes that specify colors for these shapes. And this is how this example looks when it's rendered. Since the S in SVG stands for scalable, we can render it at any size, and it always comes out sharp. Yeah, I guess so much for SVG itself. There's a lot more you could say as a vector graphics format. SVG has primitives for, as I already said, rectangles, circles, ellipses, polygons. Then there's fill and stroke attributes, and there's transforms and masks and clips and filters and gradients and patterns and text. And since it's a web invention, you use CSS to style it. There's ways to declaratively animate things. And there's event handling, so you can click on the shapes in your SVG and you can move the focus around in there. We'll get back to some of these things later on. But for now, let's switch focus a bit and talk about the GTK side. GTK has a bit of a difficult history with SVG, I want to say. For the longest time in my adult life, I've totally ignored SVG. During the GTK2 and GTK3 era, it wasn't very interesting because we needed pixels and chiral surfaces anyway. Coincidentally, that is exactly what librsvg provides. And we used it indirectly through GDK pixbuff, so we never really had to think about the SVG aspects of this whole process. And we did not have to directly link against librsvg because GDK pixbuff shielded us from that, which was nice in a way because back when librsvg was still in C, it wasn't really a very good citizen in a G-object library world. It had its own little hand-rolled object model. And then it became an early adopter for Rust in the GNOME ecosystem. And we did not really want to deal with Rust dependencies. Recently, that has become a bit more complicated for us, even due to our Android backend. So we did not really want to link directly against librsvg. And this is, as I said, in the GTK3 days, we didn't really have any use for the scalability, the scalable aspect of SVG, but we did have a use for the CSS themable aspect of SVG, and that was symbolic icons. Jakob talked a bit about where they came from Moblin. I looked at the GTK Git history, and they appeared in GTK in 2010. At that time, the motivation was to make tray icons fit better into the top bar, which back then was GNOME panel. And from the implementation side, the way it worked is that we create a CSS style sheet, and we combine it with the SVG icon, and then we pass the combined thing to GDK pixbuff, and we get a recolored icon back. We were only replacing very few colors. There was the foreground, error, warning, and success, which is 4 colors. So a little later, Alex Larson invented a neat way to re-encode these 4 colors as channels of a PNG. So we added support for a symbolic PNG format that we could recolor without having to ever generate, parse, and render SVG at runtime. GTK was shipping a tool for doing that, for converting SVGs into symbolic PNGs. But that never really got any traction outside of GTK itself. So it was a bit of a failure. And here's how symbolic icons from that era more or less looked. As you can see, there's filled paths. The white color here is the foreground color that they are filled with. And then you can select shapes either with the arrow color red or with a success color in some green tone. And maybe there's some translucency over there. That's why that right half of the star is a little purplish. And that's where things stood with GTK and SVG when we released GTK4. And that's where they still stood in 2024 after quite a few GTK4 releases. But on the GTK side, things did actually change a little bit because with GTK4, we do have render nodes as an API, which are scalable. And early on in the GTK4 era, we added path APIs, and we also including nodes for filling and stroking paths, which in theory gives us an API that we could translate SVG to without rasterizing it first. And with the advent of fractional scaling, that became a little more important because the premature rasterization that we are forced into makes it very hard for us to take the display scale into account for finding the right resolution for rasterizing. So it's really hard to produce pixel-perfect and crisp rendering in that scenario. And I did talk to Federico, I think, at times about getting unrasterized librsvg output in some form. Ideally, we would want a render node, but any other encoding of the scene graph that we can translate into render nodes would work just as well. But Federico was totally not opposed to that, of course, but it wasn't a huge priority, and my Rust isn't good enough to try that myself. So at some point, I gave up waiting, and that was maybe the right decision because to this day, the only output format for librsvg is still Cairo-based. But after I gave up waiting, things started moving on the GTK side. I guess we are now at the beginning of the story of GTK and SVG. In early last year, I guess in the spring of 2025, I started writing a very minimal SVG parser that was able to just about pass the amount of SVG that you could see in those simple symbolic icons that I showed a few slides ago. It was 600 lines of code, and it was good enough to render those symbolic icons. I should explain that the way I did the recoloring for this is that I just create a render node, and then I walk the render node tree and replace the colors as I go to create a new render node in the end. That works because in symbolic icons there's no random other fixed colors that might get in the way. It's just the 4 symbolic colors, so I can just replace them as I go. Occasionally you might see some opacity, but I managed to figure out how to make that work. And here's the commit where I pushed the very first version of this into GTK. If you read to the bottom, you can see that I was still hoping for librsvg to bail me out with a scene graph API. Oops. Oh, no, I lost my way here. So while I was working on this parser, I discovered that I can actually easily allow stroking as well, in addition to just filling, and recolor the strokes with symbolic colors as well. I guess Jakub talked a lot about new icons being stroked now. That's where this originated. To make that actually work, we needed to do a bit of work on the GSK side. We needed to make our GSK renderer cache stroked paths the same way that we already cached filled paths. And that's a bit of a recurring theme here. Whenever I added new features on the SVG side, we needed to do work on the GSK side to actually support that well. As I was doing this, I also, for the very first time, documented the format that this parser understands. So we have this documentation now. And at this point, theoretically, we might be able to live without librsvg. We have our own parser. But life isn't always kind, and it turns out that it's very easy for random SVG features to sneak into icons. And for that reason, we still need to have a fallback. If this simple-minded parser has no idea what SVG features it sees in the icon, we just have to fall back to librsvg to render it as before. So last year in June, I watched a presentation by the Apple design team about some new animation features in their SF symbols font. And I really recommend that you watch that presentation. The link is here at the bottom. It's Apple, so it's obviously very well done, and they show very polished tooling. I was intrigued and inspired by that. And I thought, this looks like things that our symbolic icons could maybe do as well. But I want to step through the 3 features that caught my eye in this presentation. The first one is simple draw in and draw out animations. If you don't know what that term means, basically you draw a path as you would with a pencil on a piece of paper. You start at one end and then you follow the path until you get to the other end, and you get a little animation that way. And the way that's typically done in SVG is that you animate the dash array and dash offset attributes. And so that's what my initial implementation of this did as well. This is how it looks. This is a screencast of the tooling I had last year around or briefly before GUADEC. And so this is probably pretty close to what I showed to Jakub and some other design team members last year in Italy. And they were intrigued by it, which encouraged me to keep going. And the next thing that caught my eye in that Apple presentation was dynamic stroke width, which is also something that Jakub had asked about. So I added an attribute to our renderer that lets us vary the stroke widths of icons, very similar to font weight would do for text. And there was one more thing that I noticed is attaching shapes to each other so that they can follow along as these draw-in animations happen. And if you look at this example here, the arrowheads are attached to the green path, so they move together with this animation. And if you actually had watched the Apple presentation, you'd have seen very polished tooling, which would have given you a nice contrast to this hacky tool that I wrote for myself. But it does the job. I wrote this tool because I knew that I needed to get Jakub to play and try out these new features. And giving him a tool to do that was the easiest solution. And if you watched this presentation, you saw him use this tool very nicely. Thanks for showing it off so I can just show a screenshot here. And to answer the question from that earlier presentation, we should figure out how to make this tool available easily. I'm a bit of two minds about it. As Jakub said, it would be great to have this as its own application that I don't have to maintain. But unfortunately, it kind of has to live inside the GTK code base because it needs to link statically against libGTK. Otherwise, I would have to make a huge amount of API public that I'm not really prepared to do. So we still have to figure out how to handle that problem. But getting back to how I actually implemented some of these things that inspired me in the Apple presentation. By this time, I had moved my parser code to an object I called GTK pass paintable, because it implements the GTK paintable interface that we have in GTK. And so I called these animations GTK pass animations, and then I abbreviated it to GPA, which is where this acronym comes from. And so I wanted to implement these transitions that they go from somewhere to somewhere else. So in short, I needed to have some state somewhere, so that GTK pass paintable object has a state property that you can set programmatically. And in the SVG content that it loads, there's this GPA states attribute that you can put on shapes to state, to declare which states they should be in or not in. And then there's these GPA transition attributes which let you specify how you want the transition to look from one state to the other for this shape. Since I wanted to keep some things pretty simple, I just implemented a fixed set of possible effects. I think Jakub in his slides had a list of these. If you want to see what's possible there, I recommend that you just figure out how to install the icon editor, even though it's not easy, and play a little bit with this yourself. And since I gave Jakub a tool, he got busy, and I think you mentioned a number, like 1,100 icons. We did them all, so they are all stroke-based now instead of fill-based, and they all have dynamic stroke widths. And again, I would recommend that you follow the link at the bottom here and play with the preview of that enormous grid of icons. It's kind of impressive, and it looks very neat. But after GUADEC last year, I realized that I had to start over, basically. So I took my parser code and put it into a new object that I called GTK SVG. And the initial focus and motivation for doing this was that I wanted to re-implement my transitions and animations on top of actual SVG animations, since the SVG spec already defines a mechanism for animating things, and I wanted my extensions to be minimal. So I did this re-implementation. It turned out that you can actually do that. But I also wanted to go for covering more of the SVG spec and add more features with this new code base. So once I started looking at various SVG test suites to see how my code is doing, I quickly decided to write a small tool that I called SVG Compare, which turned out to be very useful. It's just doing side-by-side rendering. It gives you the libRSVG rendering on the left and GTK SVG rendering in the middle, and if you have a reference PNG, it'll show that as well. And I can just point this tool at a directory full of test SVGs and scroll through and quickly see if there's any rendering differences or misrenderings that I need to fix. So that was very useful when working with test suites. But now, of course, the GTK SVG code has its own tests in the GTK repository as well. We have various kinds of tests. The parser tests they start with an SVG input and they feed it through our GTK SVG parser and then through our serializer, and we compare the end result. And then we have renderer tests, which again start with an SVG input and we feed it through the parser and the renderer and produce a serialized render node as output. And we compare that to a reference. I decided to go for a serialized render node there rather than rendering to PNG, since I kind of hate hunting down single pixel differences in rendering output that come from some rounding error in some gradient implementation or something. Go to serialized render nodes, avoid that problem, and it has worked out well, I think, even though occasionally you have to just regenerate your reference output if things change. And yeah, I started looking for various SVG test suites, and I discovered this RE SVG test suite that I showed the graph of earlier. And when I first pointed my code at it and see how GTK SVG fares, I was well below 800 tests passing, so like well below 50%. But I kept chipping away at it since then, and by now all shapes are supported, and we do support transforms and masks and flips. We even have a good amount of filters supported. That required quite a bit of GSK work. We added new render node types to support the various SVG filters. And also we added a few render node types that we needed to fully implement the SVG rendering model. And then eventually I also made the SVG code support CSS styling. And then even later I figured out that I can also use SVG filters in our application CSS. And this is a little confusing maybe. On the previous slide I talked about SVG using CSS, and now I'm talking about CSS using SVG. But it's different CSS, right? We have CSS that we use to style the SVG, and we have the application CSS that we use to style our application widgets. And you can use of course, already you can use simple filters that are predefined by CSS. But here you can see somebody kindly donated this example. They're setting the backdrop filter CSS property to a URL. And inside the URL, we actually define we include a whole SVG image, and that defines a complex filter that you can apply to your widget. If you do that, you get something that may look like this. So that I think is a nice feature to have. And since I'm already showing examples now, at this point I'll switch from slides to doing a quick live demo. I hope that works. It's always exciting. To show a few just random representative SVGs that GTK can render now. Since this is a talk about vector graphics, I guess there has to be the Go script Tiger, otherwise it wouldn't be complete. As an SVG image, this is actually pretty trivial. It's just a bunch of paths that are filled with plain colors. Maybe there's a gradient or two in there, I don't know. It's very simple SVG, but it's a classic. The next example is the Orca logo, which is a little more complex. It has actually quite a few gradients. For example, the soft shadow you can maybe make out at the bottom. That is rendered as a radial gradient with a transform to make it look like it's projected on the floor. And the next few examples come from an old SVG animation test suite that I found somewhere. This one just shows that you can move shapes around, not just on straight lines, but also on more complex paths, and you can transform them while you do that. This shows that path morphing works. This one is a little different. It doesn't animate individual shapes. It animates the viewport of the SVG instead to create this kind of flyover effect. This one comes from Wikipedia. It shows that you can actually do kind of complex animation with this machinery. It also shows that our text rendering still needs some help, but the animation at least works as intended. This one is a little different. This is from Cambalachi. Juan Pablo was an early adopter of GTK SVG, and he used the GPA states that I talked about earlier to make this little intro. So I can go down to the bottom right here now, and if I go from state 0 to state 1, something will hopefully happen. Oh yes, it does. And there's another state, state 2. More things start to show up. And then there's state 3 as well. So I thought that was a pretty neat way to make use of this capability. Right. Eventually, I broke down and I even implemented interactivity. Since event handling does not really fit into a GTK paintable, I made a GTK SVG widget. And that's just a simple wrapper around the GTK SVG paintable, but it does the event handling. So you can now actually put links in your SVG and click on them or activate them with the keyboard. All that works. Right, the last section of my talk is usually a little bit of a look ahead. I want to talk about what you can expect coming in the next GTK release, which is going to be 4.24, coming this fall. And I want to say we'll probably have pretty comprehensive SVG support at this point. Going back to that test suite that I showed a graph of earlier, in my unscientific self-evaluation, I now come in at 1,365 tests passing. So we are kind of in the browser range now, which I think is pretty good. And certainly GTK SVG covers everything that you could possibly want to use in an icon. So at this point, it's kind of hard to justify chasing more coverage in this test suite, but there's still like one or two easy things that I might try to improve here anyway. But beyond that, there's still more work we could do, for example, to implement more filters. That does need more GSK work, though. Every time we implement a new filter, we need to make sure that we have a shader that can match that implemented on the GPU. The candidates for that would be, for example, convolution or morphology. And it would also be nice to have a better blur implementation in GSK, for example, that could let us specify the X and Y radios separately. And beyond that, there's integration things that we could try to improve, like some plumbing. The SVG CSS implementation uses the same CSS parser that GTK itself uses as well, but the CSS engines are separate. It would be nice to unify that and make the SVG code use the GTK CSS engine, but that is a lot of very tricky work that I've kind of shied away from so far. It would be nice because it would make the SVG implementation more scalable, probably. Currently, the SVG CSS implementation doesn't do any change tracking. The moment anything changes, we just recompute everything, which works fine for simple icons. It starts to become a problem if you make a very complex, big SVG with lots of moving parts, like maybe the Cambalache intro that I showed is a bit borderline. We made some test SVGs that have like 10,000 of shapes, and if you start animating one of them, everything slows to a crawl. So that is maybe something to look into at some point, but I'm not volunteering yet. And with that, I'm at the end of my prepared material. As always, my slides are available on GitLab, and these are the URLs for the other things that I mentioned in my slides. And with that, I ask if there's any questions.
Thank you, Matthias. If we have any questions from the public, please raise your hands. In the meantime, people that are watching from home, if you have questions, please send them in the chats in Matrix or Telegram.
Hi. As an app developer, I'm quite interested in like all the new animation stuff that'll be possible with GTK's new SVG renderer. I'm just wondering like how I would go about doing that as an app developer and how difficult that would be, if that makes any sense.
So my work on SVG started because I wanted to improve our icon rendering, so I treated it as like an icon image format essentially. So the implementation is currently kind of separate, like you make a GTK SVG widget and then that's one widget inside your overall application. So it's not not quite integrated in the same way that the browsers have done it. Like in HTML, you can just randomly put an SVG element here or there, and it's just part of the overall thing. So it's a little more isolated, I would say, in our current implementation. So you have the SVG part, and then you have your widgets, and they don't necessarily interact much with each other. There would be some ways to think about maybe using that foreign object element that SVG provides. You could use that and maybe map the foreign objects in your SVG to widgets and have them become part of the SVG scene graph that way. I've thought about that, but I haven't really done experiments to see how interesting that would be. So from that perspective, the integration isn't quite there yet, but there's certainly potential to play around with that and see where it goes.
Cool. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Matthias. We are going to proceed with our next presentation. In a while, just give us a few seconds to prepare and set up. Our next presenter is going to be online, right? Yeah, we don't have a person on stage. So yeah, once we're ready.
Name is Philip Comento. Welcome to my pre-recorded talk about JavaScript in GNOME, types, and more types. I am the maintainer of GJS, GNOME's JavaScript engine that powers GNOME Shell and all of your GNOME Shell extensions and many of your favorite apps. In my day job, I work as a JavaScript standards engineer at Igalia. So most years at GUADEC, I give an update on what's new and what's coming down the line for GNOME contributors who develop in JavaScript. And I also like to pick out a couple of topics to highlight that are on my mind. So in this year, it'll be static analysis and the big hammer. The slide deck is also meant to be a resource that you can consult later. And the slides are already available on my web space. So if you want to click on the links now, you can go to this link and follow along with the presentation. So what is new for GNOME 50 and the upcoming GNOME 51? This part of the talk, I'm primarily aiming it at people who write code for the GNOME platform in the JavaScript programming language, whether that's GNOME Shell or apps or shell extensions or even command line scripts. GNOME has its own JavaScript engine for all these purposes, GJS, which is an extended version of the JavaScript engine from Firefox, the browser. In past years, I've given talks with extensively long sections about what JavaScript language features are new and how to modernize your code to take advantage of them when we upgrade the underlying JavaScript engine to one from a newer Firefox. But there is actually no code modernization to do in these two release cycles because we're not getting a new JavaScript engine this time. Firefox's release cycle doesn't quite line up with GNOME's, and this year the release date of Firefox 153, which is the next version we're upgrading to, happened to fall a couple of weeks after GNOME's API freeze. In fact, it releases next Tuesday. But we are still getting some new stuff implemented by our own contributors. Here's a screen full of C functions that used to be not available in JavaScript or not work properly, but we've merged better introspection support for them. There's the timer once functions, some Cairo functions, some convenience functions for around GTK keyboard shortcuts, and better support for unions. There's also this cool new JavaScript-friendly convenience API for GTK Builder. You can pass in objects and functions, and they automatically get hooked up to your builder file. And you can also destructure them when you get objects from the builder. And this just makes GTK Builder a lot more pleasant to use than it was. So not for GNOME 51, but we also have some exciting contributions from our Google Summer of Code intern coming up for GNOME 52. Many of you have probably run into Angelo before. Angelo this year is working on implementing the debug adapter protocol in GJS. You might have heard of this as the V8 debugging protocol. That was an earlier prototype version of it. It's a protocol that defines how a debugger client and server talk to each other. So your editor or your debugger or IDE has to implement the client protocol, and GJS has to act as the server. So if you want to know what this will get us, attend the intern lightning talks on Friday afternoon. So, on to the next topic, static analysis, and why I suddenly care so much about it. If you kind of look at the world around us, you'll see that a bunch of things have changed since last GUADEC. One thing in particular, we are all arguing with each other about LLMs. So, you know, things have changed since last year. My workload and my expectations are changing as a maintainer of an open source project. And if you are also a maintainer, I bet yours are too. And like everybody, I'm kind of wondering and scrambling how to handle it. And I do want to acknowledge this is a touchy topic, so I tried to make this section agnostic of whether you think LLMs are great or awful or something in between. So if you're a maintainer, if you get AI slop, obviously you close it. For the record, we haven't yet had any slop in GJS. But as for the rest, there may be useful LLM-generated contributions, and there may be non-useful ones that still have human thought and intention behind them. So you can take the approach of also banning these, or you can review them. If you choose to review them, you kind of need to look at them with a different eye than you used to review contributions. LLMs don't make the same kinds of mistakes as people. The signs are different, and it takes longer to review. So, as a maintainer in the year 2026, I would like to be leaning heavily on static analysis in any repo that I maintain. I want to automate every check that can be automated so that I can spend my time understanding what the merge request actually does. You know, I already didn't want to waste my time telling people, well, could you use standard bool instead of gboolean here, or looking out for things like if boolfunc return true, else return false. And you know, that's already tedious to watch for. But now if I also have to tell that to people's chatbots as well, no thanks. So in my case, I already had a whole to-do list of static analysis stuff as nice to have, but I feel the urgency has changed now. But also, the tools have improved to the point where it's actually pretty simple to do, and it wasn't in the past. So here's what I came up with. Type-safe wrappers for C++ code, Clang tools, and TypeScript for JavaScript code. You might notice that the obvious candidate GObject linter is missing from this list. I'd really like to use it, but it doesn't work on C++ code. So go and vote thumbs up on issue 63. What's the idea behind a type-safe wrapper? Basically, instead of calling a C function from your C++ code, you call it via a compile time wrapper written in C++, and these wrappers actually end up looking a lot like Rust code if you follow like good practices from Rust. I wrote one of these wrappers last year for libgi repositories since it's used so extensively in GJS, and here's a sample of what that looks like. So what you can see here is a method wrapper for GI function info invoke. You can see how we use spans instead of C arrays right here. And you know, the spans have the length built in, so we don't need a separate parameter for the lengths. And we use a helper function, bool gerr, to convert the Boolean return value with the gerr out parameter into a result, or at least a type that works like Rust result, which I think is standard expected in C++. But yeah, that was a lot of work. I spent a large part of the year on it in bits and pieces, and it was surprisingly difficult. So my conclusion is that that kind of thing is maybe not feasible for most of GJS. There is one area where I think I might write another wrapper, and that's logging, because, well, formatting stuff in C++ is a lot easier than in C. And you know, maybe the peel bindings would be useful here. I haven't really looked into that too hard. One surprising thing that I found is that the C++ standard library, at least as of C++ 17, which is the edition that we're using right now, is not up to the job. We don't get standard format and standard span until C++ 20, and standard string view only really becomes more useful in C++ 20. Standard expected only arrives in C++ 23, and standard optional isn't that useful until C++ 23 either. But you know, since we're already linking to Mozilla libraries, some of the Mozilla standard library types can fill in some of those gaps. But in GNOME 52, we will move to C++20 when we upgrade the JS engine, because the new engine from Firefox 153 will require C++20. There's also two Clang tools that I'm using: Clang Tidy, which is basically a linter, and Clang Static Analyzer, which is a tool that reasons about the data flow through your program using simulated execution or symbolic execution. I've had my eye on these for a long time, but they're actually really good now. If you haven't looked at them for a few years, it's worth another look. They're pretty simple to set up, and I think basically if you have any C++ code base or even a C code base, you should just set these up. It's, you kind of have no excuse not to anymore. The user experience of these tools used to be pretty terrible. You used to have to configure your build to use like a compiler wrapper script instead of your C compiler, and for custom checks, you had to write a Clang plugin and compile it into a shared library and preload it in your compiler invocation. But now you can just drive both tools with one executable. You can check diffs and not only your whole program. And for custom checks, you can just write them directly in your config file. That looks kind of like this. Like, here's two checks that I wrote to use like the C++ standard library min and max, which are type safe instead of the C macros. And that just produces output like this, which is really easy to understand. It's like, hey, you used capital max here, you should use standard max instead. So if you're reviewing some code and you think, hey, this mistake could be caught automatically, it might just be a question of running Clang query to kind of come up with the query expression here, this match conditional operator, blah, 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 and stick that in your config file, and then you're done. So on to static analysis in JavaScript. That primarily means TypeScript at this point. There are other tools, but a lot of people are using TypeScript. I actually want to pause for a moment and rant about the state of static analysis tools in JavaScript. Like, in JavaScript, we don't have anything as sophisticated as Clang Static Analyzer or Rust Clippy or whatever, but those tools could exist. I hope the JavaScript ecosystem catches up soon. And a shameless plug, the company I work for, Igalia, has expertise in writing JavaScript build tools. So if you have a particular custom JavaScript build tool or static analysis need, you might be able to hire us. Anyway, TypeScript. I've started using TypeScript pretty extensively over the last year, and I really like it. It forces you to write better JavaScript and not resort to weird tricks. And like, at the end of the day, the question is, does it catch bugs? And yes, it catches bugs. It has caught so many bugs already in the GJS code base just from the few experiments I've done with it. But it does have a lot of disadvantages. It transforms your source because it's a transpiler. It takes TypeScript sources and compiles that into JavaScript sources, which are then executed. So it downlevels your code to a certain target JavaScript edition, which does not always do what you expect, and there are some pitfalls there. It's also part of the Node.js ecosystem, and Node.js ecosystem tools honestly kind of annoying. You get to pull in a gigabyte of Node modules for every tool that you want to use. No thanks. And TypeScript doesn't integrate well with Meson or other make-type tools because it expects to have control of your build folder. So, like, is there any way we can try to mitigate some of these cons? And I think there is. There's this cool tool called TS blank space. If you use only the additive TypeScript syntax, so no decorators and enums, but just types and modifiers like public, you can run this tool on it, and it'll actually replace the TypeScript with spaces and leaves you with plain JavaScript, a bit weirdly formatted. You can see that on the right here. But if you do it like this, you don't even need to bother with source maps, because every character of the JavaScript program that is executed is actually in the exact same line and column as the same character in the TypeScript source. So theoretically, you wouldn't need to install Node in order to use TypeScript in GJS. Well, only to actually do the type checking, because what this tool does is it separates the type checking step from the build step. But TS blank space is itself a Node utility using TypeScript's internal parser. So that's it's still got some of the same problems about downloading a gigabyte of Node modules. Luckily, there are other TypeScript parsers and leaner ones. In fact, there are two. Both of them have a command line utility, and both of them have a Rust API. So SWC stands for Speedy Web Compiler, and that one, in fact, already contains an implementation of TS blank space. For some reason, you can't use the SWC command line utility to drive it. So what I've done is taken the Rust API for it and published a small standalone command line wrapper utility that will fit GJS's TS blank space needs. It's called Redact, see if you can find the pun, and it lives in my personal GitLab space for the time being. On to the type definitions. We need type definitions in order to have type checking. So each GNOME platform library has to have a type definition, like glib, gobject, etc. We have all the information we need to generate these. It's contained in gobject introspection, and we already have a tool which generates them, and that tool is TS for GUR. It's kind of the gold standard. Unfortunately, using it in GJS would bring a circular dependency problem because it depends on GJS. But also this tool has a different focus. The TS for GUR's focus is to give application developers the best possible TypeScript experience in their IDE. So that's a laudable goal, that's as it should be. But for type checking GJS, we actually need only minimal type definitions, and we don't need the IDE experience. So I'm working on a small standalone utility built together with GJS and sharing code with it where possible, which is not intended to replace TS for GUR. But in order to make sure that its output is correct, I have been comparing its output to TS for GUR, making sure that they don't diverge except where they need to. And that's been really useful because I've caught a lot of bugs in my own code and also fixed a lot of bugs in TS for GUR. So more on that in a future talk. And then the software freedom considerations. We care about our software freedom in GNOME, and I personally find it concerning that TypeScript is controlled by Microsoft, not by an independent standards body or a foundation or something like that. And there's nothing stopping it from being deprioritized or canceled or enshittified or whatever. But it is completely free software, not open core or anything like that. And there are the competing tools that I mentioned before, SWC and OXC, which provide pressure on Microsoft not to diverge from the needs of the ecosystem. And in the worst case, if we ever wanted to back out of using TypeScript, it would be simple. All we have to do is blank space the TypeScript files and then auto-format them to get rid of the blank spaces, and we have our JavaScript back. There's no vendor lock-in possible. There's other JavaScript runtimes, such as Node, they go a step farther, and they automatically strip your types using blank spacing on input before passing the code to the JavaScript engine to execute. So that I'm not sure is the right choice for us, since that brings a bit of a higher degree of lock-in. Once we provide that functionality, it would be difficult to remove without breaking people. But it is a choice. Everything is a trade-off in the end, and I'm going to implement, the trade-off at a certain point on the spectrum. So here's where I'm hoping to land for GNOME 52 or 53. I want to convert all of GJS's internal modules to TypeScript, and then blank space them during the build process. So if you submit a merge request to GJS, you'll be able to write TypeScript code and benefit from having your code checked in CI. Or if you care to install TypeScript locally, you can check it locally in your editor and use the TypeScript language server. For you as a user of GJS, nothing changes, except hopefully you have to deal with fewer bugs in the platform. If you're an app author or an extension author and you're writing your app in plain JavaScript with no transpilation, you can continue doing that. If you're writing your app in TypeScript and using TS for GUR, you can also continue doing that. Although, if you like, you could consider replacing your build step with Redacts. Hopefully, it might meet your needs if you don't need the whole TypeScript compiler during build time. And so maybe once I've landed that, I'll finally be able to get back to writing my nonograms app in TypeScript. And then about that big hammer, maybe by this time it ought to be known as the big elephant in the room. If you want all the details, you can watch my talk from GUADEC 2019. That's 7 years ago. My gosh, but I'll give a quick summary. Back in 2018, 2019, we had an issue with the garbage collector in GJS holding on to objects longer than it should have because of the interaction between JavaScript objects and G-objects referencing each other. And this is a problem that actually occurs in lots of runtimes where you combine a language with garbage collection with native code using reference counting. We have a workaround, which is affectionately called the big hammer, that runs the garbage collector every 10 seconds to clean up these objects. This is obviously bad for performance and has been for 7 years, and we've had a fix mostly finished for most of that time. But the problem is that if we merge it, then counterintuitively, GNOME Shell's memory usage will go up again because we are no longer over-collecting garbage. At this point, before fixing it, there are a bunch of squishy, demotivating problems left to solve, and it's not clear what success exactly looks like. So for the past 6 years, I've been trying to tackle these in my spare time and mostly giving up. So it is therefore my great pleasure to announce that Igalia is funding some time for me and my coworker Tim to work on this problem. Here's what we're going to do. We need to provide more accurate data to the JavaScript engine about how much memory has been mallocked and which JavaScript objects own it, so that it can make better decisions about when a garbage collection is necessary. The branch with the fix got stale, and we need to rebase it. And then we need to actually measure performance and twiddle the knobs of the garbage collector so that we get to some settings which actually provide the best possible experience for GNOME users. And that means finding the right trade-off between memory use and no janky animations because we're doing too frequent collections, and no freezes because we postpone collections for too long and then they take a long time. So to give good heuristics to the garbage collector, we have to solve a 16 years old issue. We made a bunch of progress on it already, telling the garbage collector, hey, here are a bunch of live objects that own a lot of mallocked memory, so maybe it's worth doing a collection now. We've done this for gbytes, GDK pixbuff, and some Cairo types. Just because of the nature of GObjects, we have to do this on a class-by-class basis, so it's going to be kind of an 80-20 situation. But if you have more suggestions for commonly used GObject classes that hold a lot of mallocked memory, let me know. We also need to get insight into the GC performance, and of course the tool of choice is sysprof. Sysprof actually used to have a UI for this, but it was removed in a refactor. And George has kindly made a hacky provisional UI for us, which we've just been downloading the CI artifact from this merge request and installing that as a devel version of sysprof. And it looks like this. And actually, if you look at the malloc bytes row here in the screenshot, like I was recording this while I was taking screenshots. And so you can actually see the malloc memory in the screenshots, go up whenever you take a screenshot and then go down whenever there's a garbage collection. But anyway, I'd like to land something more permanent in sysprof, and we also need to sort of visually correlate these with the garbage collection timings. So like anytime you're measuring performance, you have to measure what you value. So how do you quantify good GNOME Shell and app performance? Anybody got any ideas? Anyway, that's a question I hope we'll be back next GUADEC to answer. So big thank you to everyone who helped in any way with GJS in GNOME 50 and 51. Here's the license for this slide deck, Creative Commons. You can reuse bits as is with attribution and not for commercial use. And I would love to go to questions, but I'm presenting remotely, and it's currently 3:30 in the morning where I live, so I unfortunately won't be able to answer questions live. But you can ask them in the GUADEC chat room, and I'll answer them in a few hours from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Philip, who is going to hear this when he wakes up. Yeah, if you have questions, please feel free to send them in the chat so he can respond whenever he can. I think that's it for this first part of GUADEC. The first day and the first part of the conference is done for now because we are going to have the lunch break. I'm going to ask Iago for some help so he can suggest you where to go for lunch. Kind reminder that we have 1 hour and 10 minutes more or less. So yeah, Iago?
Okay, so as we explained before, for lunch, we recommend you go to the economics faculty. If you exit through the first floor door, turn right and go through the trees and you will see the faculty. The cafeteria is going down a ramp and you will get lunch there. It's like self-service and you pay at the end. And otherwise you can go to the left and there is like civil engineering faculty. I don't know if they will be serving food right now, but a bit later is also a nice faculty. You can go to either of them or roam around campus, but the only one that we know for sure that is serving food at this time is the economics one.
So maybe what we can do is, well, of course, everyone is hopefully going to have lunch. We can kind of go together towards the economy faculty. What do you think? Okay, cool. Well, see you in 1 hour and 10 minutes. and welcome back from lunch. We are going to start the second part of day one for GUADEC. We are going to continue with our next presentation from Christian Chalet, AI code and open source, how GNOME should adapt to changing times.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's been a few years since I've been to GUADEC, so I'm happy to be back. A little about me first. I realized I haven't been here for a few years. I wanted to reintroduce myself. I actually attended my first GUADEC in Copenhagen in 2001. And then I attended every GUADEC since, until a few years ago when my mother got sick, and I unfortunately lost a few after that. A lot of the time in and around GNOME, I actually spent mostly in and around the GSMR community. The photo I have here is actually taken of myself and Wim, who's also here at GUADEC in Copenhagen. So he looks slightly younger and less gray. I also joined Red Hat 14 years ago, so I've been with Red Hat for the last 14 years in our display systems team, being the manager for that, which is the team who maintains GNOME, for instance, for Red Hat products. So, why did I decide to do this talk? There was a few things. First of all, internally at Red Hat, we were asked to do this effort to write an AI code assistant using an LLM called Granite that was released by IBM. So that was in some sense my introduction to AI. I had only barely played around with it before then, with AI before then. The project was eventually cancelled due to limitations in the technology. But being part of that project did offer me sort of a rapid front row seat to sort of look at evolution of AI and so on. And I have to say that when we were starting out using Granite, and this was a time and also I think people were playing around with Llama and so on. It felt like a cute toy, but we wasn't sure whether you would get something useful out of it. And then a bit later, I was pulled into another project where I was introduced to Claude Code. And for me, at least, that was like this sort of landslide moment where I thought, like, okay, this is more than just like a toy. You can actually get something useful out of it. And I could sort of see a lot of use cases. And even then, we have seen rapid evolution and more things. But at the same time, I think I also learned during this period, right, that AI is not some sort of cure-all in any way or form. It is a tool that a developer can use for various things. And you also need to know how to use it, because if you just sort of ask it a generic request, you are probably going to get crap back. You have to be very specific and all these things. As I was, I guess, working on these things internally at Red Hat, I also felt that there was a shift in the community happening over the last few years, where there was actually quite a hostile environment for any kind of AI tooling, going to a level where I were talking to friends of mine who felt they were getting actively bullied, even by their fellow community members, if they were using AI in any form. In fact, I had a friend of mine ping me just a few days ago who said that he felt that he had been bullied, and he had even tried to bring it up with the Code of Conduct Committee, and they were basically told that the Code of Conduct only protects, people from minority groups and not people like him, was basically the answer he got. So it's sort of like, having seen this shift, I would like to come here and talk a little bit about it, because I think there is both history and development happening that hopefully can make people at least willing to have a more pragmatic approach towards AI. So I have seen a lot of arguments being made around AI and AI usage. The question of reviewer burden often comes up. Maintainers, of course, being already a scarce resource, are feeling they're drowning in merge requests. And of course, coming from people who then don't often even know what they're submitting. There's also complaints about code quality on some of these merge requests. And there's also people worried about licensing issues. Yeah, I think we'll be sort of covering this indirectly afterwards here. So the AI slop, of course, this goes into the whole topic of quality and people just submitting stuff. At least the way I see it, it was originally come out of this thing where you had LLMs producing often really bad code and then people submitting it without, as I said, knowing what they're submitting. And I can see that, of course, for a maintainer, that creates a very bad experience and a very negative experience. But I think also slop has now evolved into this sort of catch-all term where if you don't like AI, you just deem anything in AI does as slop. And I think it would be good for us if we, in the GNOME community, try to move the discussion away from, using name calling like slop and so on, and talk more about like, hey, what's our expectations in terms of code quality and style. And to give an example here, like we had a case not long ago of a one-line patch from a long-term contributor rejected due to AI usage. And that's also despite the contributor clearly stating that they would write the one-line fix in the same way the AI had done it. So to me, this is not protecting against slop. This is just making a developer's life more painful. Another thing, of course, I think people need to keep in mind is that what AI has been capable of doing has rapidly evolved. When we started out, right, as I said, my own experience with Llama and Granite, yes, you would get pretty horrendous output usually. But now, if you then look at some of these frontier models, like Cloud Opus or Codex and so on, as long as you know what you're asking for, and what you're asking for is sort of limited and direct, you can usually get decent output. And I'm not necessarily saying, hey, rewrite GTK, like that's that sort of task where you get useful output. But if what you're looking for is like, hey, help me find security issues, or help me fix a memory leak or something, you usually actually get a decent enough patch. So once again, it also falls down to, it's not, the problem is not the AI, but the fact that maybe you were trying to ask it too much with maybe too little input. And even if you end up writing all your code by hand, AI can, to this day, be a great research tool, right? It can help you look up values and parameters that you need to rely on. Another thing that I often feel is sort of floating around in discussion is the question of automation, right? And doing fully automated AI builds. And maybe we will get there, but I think from what I've seen in our internal projects, on some level, there's always needs to be a human in the loop, right, to verify what's coming out of it. Because I guess the thing that makes AI weird compared to what you're used to with computers is that it's not necessarily giving you a predictable outcome. But I mean, I think there's a lot of little things you could do to also make GNOME developers' life easier. An example I put here is like you could build a service that whenever there's a new GNOME release, it will try to propose a patch to update every extension. So when the extension maintainer logs into the extension site, they will be said, hey, do you want to apply this patch to your code? Or at least it gives them a quick starting point to figure out, okay, this is what changed, and thus keep their extensions more up to date. Another thing I often see is like, oh, it's bad code. I mean, I have used AI myself to write, I guess, some bigger projects where I literally vibe coded the whole thing. And people say, oh, but the code is not so nice. And I'm like, sure, but is not having a tool to do what you need to do better than having one is kind of my answer here, is that, for a lot of these things, we have a situation where there's a solo maintainer maintaining something, so it's not like we have a community of people computing anyway. And in my case, I had this Dell webcam that I was frustrated with, that I could basically not access the features of. And, a long weekend using Claude, I was able to put together an application that replicated all the features of the Windows application for controlling that webcam. Is it like a beautiful application if you look at the code? Probably not. But does it give me an application that didn't exist if it wasn't for AI? Yes, it did. And I think that's the other thing we need to think about here is like, where you apply the code also matters, right? The level of scrutiny you want of anything going into, let's say, glibc or glib or GTK is a lot higher than maybe into your Dell configure application that it is you and maybe 50 other people who ever use. And which is also an end-use application, end node, right? So I've seen this growth where some projects also sort of puts in these blanket bans on any kind of AI use. And I think it's also probably bad for GNOME because it's probably going to drive away a lot of new contributors. And was it one thing I noticed coming here, actually, after not having been to GUADEC for years, is how sparsely attended we are this year. So, you know, students coming out to university today, for them, AI will be part of their education and their tooling from day one. So if you're basically told that, oh, if you want to be in GNOME, you cannot touch anything AI, you're probably just going to lose them before they even start. And I think the other thing to remember is that AI is useful for more things than writing code for a developer, right? Like for my own projects, I use it to help set up the GitLab CI instance for me and configure it for automatic testing and building of both RPMs and Flatpaks. And could I have done that myself? Sure, but it probably had taken me like, you know, a long weekend sitting reading how-tos and to-dos and figuring out how things worked. Instead, I had Claude do it for me in 10 minutes. And of course, the other thing here is like security issues. I was talking to my good friend Wim, who said that, you know, he had run a full security audit of Pipewire using Opus. And yes, was it painful work? It was, but at the same time, once he had it done, then suddenly CVs started coming in on released versions, and he could say, oh, already fixed it, already fixed it, already fixed it. So once again, it you know, doesn't replace you as a developer, but it just speeds you up. And I think also for, you know, people coming into this, you know, having something like AI help you navigate an old legacy C code base might be, you know, the difference between giving up and starting to actually join the community. I think we also need to remember that we can use, like, you know, we have the issue of code coming in huge volumes, but we can also hopefully use AI over time to help us counter that. And I mean, there's been different efforts done by some of the people on my team. Peter Hutter, who maybe many of you know as a lib input maintainer, wrote a tool called Papagei that he uses to interact with his Git instances. Ray Strode, another long-term GNOME contributor, wrote a tool called Git Stage Batch, which basically helps you very quickly put together good Git commit messages. Myself, I tried this tool called Maintainer Buddy, which is a Firefox extension that basically kicks in whenever you are on for instance, you know, your GNOME Git instance, and try to help you more quickly get through patch review and so on. And it will, for instance, if it looks at the ticket and sees that this has not enough information, it can even propose as a script. You can propose back to the user to try to collect the information you need and so on. So I'm not sure that, like, for instance, Maintainer Buddy is the solution. It was an experiment to try to do it. But I think, once again, AI is creating problems in, let's say, volume coming in, but we might also be able to use it to handle that volume. So, yeah, so what I'm saying, getting back to here, right, is that I think we, as a community, need to focus more on what we want to see as opposed to trying to police what developers are doing. And use, you know, the more documentation we put together, which also then is consumable by the AIs themselves, right, will get us better outputs. And to give an example here, KD, for instance, do have a generic policy that they put in place, which of course underscores the things that I think we care about too, right? You know what you commit. And the human has to be 100% certain that they know what they're submitting, they know what it does and how it works. And at the same time, of course, reviewers are more than empowered to say, hey, sorry, this is obviously something you haven't really understood or worked at, and push it back. Well, of course, in GNOME, we don't have a shared policy. Instead, we have like various models with various different models, but overall, I think it often creates a very sort of like, hey, if you think using AI is interesting, don't come to GNOME. That's kind of, I think, the message, unfortunately, we're sending as a community at the moment. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, this is basically just going further on that. Yeah, so this is, my thing here is like, you know, I'm not saying that, hey, everything goes, but I'm saying, I think taking a more pragmatic approach probably, invites more people into the community. It helps us solve our problems, because, I mean, both in terms of increasing our own productivity, which is a problem. We all know a lot of open source software is under-maintained. And you know, if you don't want to use it for writing code, once again, for research, it's also a great tool. To go back to my webcam app, I basically just had Claude go through the Windows binaries and find me all the USB values that needed to be tweaked in order to, for instance, be able to put that together. And once again, if you have the skill and time, you can do that manually, but you can do it much, much quicker using AI tooling. And I know there's bigger picture issues that people are concerned about, like environmental impact and so on, but I also think that maybe some of those discussions belong maybe in a different forum than GNOME itself. That if you don't like them building data centers in the neighborhood or in your country for even that matter, that's more of a political issue to bring up on a political level than fight about inside the GNOME community. Very few of us decide any of these things. So, I think that's what I also wanted to say. Anyone have any questions or comments?
I found it interesting how you refer to how pointing to the GNOME Human Interface Guidelines can help you come up with a more compliant or better UI. And I also think the other way around, how AI can support maybe other disciplines like mine, design, to better understand the technology that we are dealing with, right? Sometimes for me, a repository may be unscrutable. I don't know how it works at all, but now I found, for instance, I have access to GitHub Copilot, so I can ask questions to a repository, and it points me maybe to an icon, maybe to a string, maybe to something that it makes me even more effective in raising a PR. It doesn't mean that I'm going to fix it myself. Sometimes I could if it's small enough and I feel confident enough in making that contribution. But I also wonder how AI can help contributors, again, that are maybe not as technical, to give a better bug report, perhaps create a better bug report. And I wonder if we're considering also how precisely we can lower the barrier of entry, not only for junior developers, but also for junior or not so junior professionals or contributors from different disciplines.
Yeah, okay, I'm not sure I 100% understood your question, but I do agree that, right, the more documentation like this that, for instance, the project has available, let's say, for instance, you want to submit a patch or something to GTK. If there is a file that sort of specifies this is how GTK wants its bug reports, then you can tell, Claude or Codex or whatever you're using, saying, hey, can you help me format the bug report using these guidelines from this document, right? And then hopefully that, once again, reduces the burden on the maintainer, because the AI makes sure that you include everything you need in your bug report. And I think it's useful in what ways. I have on my team, I have 2 blind developers, and one thing they are working on at the moment is trying to use AI tooling to basically make GNOME fully voice controllable. And I think just due to the scope of it, that wasn't even viable without AI, but now they have a chance of actually getting to a point where they can more easily use their system thanks to this.
Thank you.
Do you have any opinions on the potential upcoming legal battles with models that are trained on open source code that that have explicit GPL or various licenses that then generate output, and that may be down the road determined to be in violation because they don't output the same license on their generated code? That area. Do you have any opinion in that space?
Yeah, I think my general thinking there is different models vary in quality and how they operate. I feel that often people can sort of get hung up on potential legal issues, but it sort of becomes a what-if game. And I think until there actually are lawsuits that clarifies it, it sort of becomes us just sort of sitting speculating, oh, what if it this and what if that? I mean, at the end of the day, to some degree, in my opinion, AI does exactly what a human would do, right? It reads existing code, takes lessons for it, and then spits out new code. And obviously, of course, what you have read informs what you write, but that doesn't make it a copyright violation that you write code just because you learn from some other code. So if I were to make a wild guess, that will probably over time be where the courts also land on this if it ever becomes court cases where of course if it's sort of obviously verbatim copying being done, that's a different thing, but once again learning from existing code has never been illegal, and I don't think it should become illegal either.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Now, I just wanted to follow up on the design thing, right? So non-developers roles, right? So of course this also includes documentation, translation, right? And AI can be like great in like maybe replacing some of the roles or augmenting them. And so this is exactly what's happening now, you know, in like technical writing, for example, in localization, right? But the problem is that it also creates a gap between those who are like AI enabled. For example, they have access to subscriptions to AI tools through their employer, and the rest of the world who might not be enabled, right? And so, for example, if you take translators, they can, if you work for a company that enables you for AI, you run some AI tools, you know, you translate everything in a fraction of the moment, and you are done. And then you have the rest of the world who need to translate everything manually, you know. So obviously that creates a huge gap, you know, time-wise, effort-wise, and otherwise. So if we don't have access to open tools and open infrastructure, you know, this gap will only become bigger and bigger in time. I think that's an ongoing issue.
No, I mean, of course, that's not a new problem per se. I mean, like, you know, people could afford hardware versus those who couldn't is like a long-standing issue. I do believe that, you know, we had you can say in the early days we had a lot of the local models that people are using, and then of course at the moment I feel that the frontier models like the open zone is the leading thing. As things mature, I believe that at least a good chunk of use cases will probably move back to local models just because it's cheaper and easier, and they are still being developed, so hopefully that will help alleviate it. And of course also, as new technology like hardware comes out, hopefully we can also bring down the price of using these AI tools so that they become more widely accessible. But yeah, I agree it's a problem, but it's not a new problem because, like, once again, you know, poor people couldn't necessarily afford a $2,000 computer.
My question is more about probably to the room or to the community. How are we gonna want to deal with this? Because sometimes it's the elephant in the room where, you know, most of us working from companies who are pushing to use these technologies, and we end up gonna use these tools in projects in GNOME, which in some cases are actually disallowing, you know, want to disallow the usage of these technologies. So there are already some maintainers who are clear statements about this. Do we want to have a GNOME position on the topic? Do we want to have just leave the maintainers to rule on this? To have I don't know. It's because this is gonna be like something which is gonna hit everybody, and these are tools which anybody's gonna.
Yeah. I mean, of course, in GNOME we have a long history of leaving things to maintainers, right? So, I guess that's a core part of our culture. So I have been sort of trying to draft these kind of suggestions for some sort of guidelines, but I think that's maybe more what GNOME could publish is here's our general guidelines for what we think maintainers should do. But I'm not sure we're ready for, or should be ready for, maybe even having like, and here's the rules coming down from the GNOME Foundation on how you react to these things. But I think maybe in terms of also just how we are perceived as community, having guidelines in place that, you know, takes a pragmatic approach helps balance the impression from maybe some sub-projects being very strict about what they're doing. But I mean, I'm sure over time there's going to sooner or later come up like a hard conflict here, right? Like, what if someone takes a library in GNOME, forks it, adds a lot of features with the aid of AI, and then comes back saying, okay, I want GNOME now to switch to my version instead. And when that day come, of course, then things like, you know, I'm sure there will be a lot of strain in community figuring out how to balance this. But at the same time, I think with every new technology coming in, over time they become normalized in some sense, right? And people get over it and then sort of just accept, okay, this is how it is, and then the controversy level goes down. So hopefully that will happen here too.
Thank you very much. We don't have time for other questions, but you're going to have Christian here at the venue for the rest of the day. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I don't know who the next presenter is exactly. Jonas? So hello everyone, and yeah, we're ready to go with the next presenter. Jonas is going to talk about remote GNOME.
So hello, I'm Jonas. I work for Red Hat on the display systems team. A lot of my time is spent on dealing with remote stuff. So I'm going to go through a bit of the history and of how things worked and how things ended up working and where we're going with it. Let's see how it goes. So yeah, start with history, and then after history ended, we started new with a new beginning. Later I'm going to go just show a high-level GNOME architecture, how the whole remoting stuff works, and then see what's happening after this. So the history part. In the beginning there was X11, and it looked like this. It's a lie. It's applications, the window manager, and compositing manager. It's the same blob, but I'm separating it here to illustrate things. Everything is X11. There's no dedicated API, and there's an X11 server sitting in the bottom. Regular workstations with the physical monitors and everything, you have the same thing, but you have drivers below, and you have Xorg specifically above it. And then you have the screen sharing that you have on X11, which I see now that there's no different color when you export it to PDF, but when you're screen sharing in X11, it's just a regular application that talks to this old magical X11 API to scrape the contents of the screen. So there's no
it's in practice, it's just a regular X11 application that uses the same APIs that are available to clients and window managers and compositors, which is usually get the shared memory of a Pixmap or a window, or do the same thing but with GLX to grab the contents of a screen or a window and anything like that. And then you use this thing that is not intended for remote desktop that is called Xtest. A wild guess it's that it came to be because of testing. But it was reused instead for remote desktop input injection. And then it acts like just any other application when it comes to scraping the clipboard to mirror to the remote desktop server. That's screen sharing. Then you have the other kind of way that a lot of people use GNOME. Is GNOME runs on a server somewhere and you access it through a remote desktop client. And then it tends to work a bit differently. It's not typically just an application, it's a special purpose X11 server that you rip out Xorg, you replace it with, for example, XVNC from Tiger VNC, and you start it in a special way, and it sits there and acts as the X11 server. It's usually Xorg forked to some degree, and then you replace the what is called the DDX part of it, more or less. And then there's also, you can also run, for example, the virtual frame buffer version of the X11 server, and then you have the same kind of API usage as screen sharing, but there's no actual physical screens, so it's still headless. But in this case, it's back again to just a regular X11 application doing things via the windowing system. And then there's this very complicated way that some can implement something called hybrid remote desktop, which is when you can switch between physical access and remote access. It's not really supported. You have to use weird hacks. You can configure your X11 server sometimes with some drivers to add virtual outputs, and then you can configure them, but then there might be some conflicts with the desktop environment who also wants to configure the same thing. So it's not really a thing that is possible in any sensible way in the X11 server, so there's no, it's a complicated story. So what are the key takeaways from how it worked? How did remote desktop work in the past? It was tied to the windowing system, even though there was no window involved. It relied on complete lack of sandboxing and isolation to being able to do anything, more or less. Or replace the whole X server with something else to be the server. Desktop environments were not really aware. There were some clever hacks to look at extensions just to make some assumptions about if that kind of extension is there, then it's a VNC server and things like that. But the desktop environment was not aware. So there were no adaptations that could be made necessarily. And as I said, it was very difficult to implement like any kind of hybrid solution. And as I mentioned, there was also some vendor-specific ways to do some certain things. There's the NVIDIA FB something frame buffer that is NVIDIA specific, and then there's some Intel specific thing to adding virtual outputs to the Intel driver. But it's not a good story. So with Wayland, we had to start from scratch. There's no X server you can replace. There's no X11 lack of isolation. So let's start fresh. So first we set up some goals. Completely untied from the windowing system, because there's no windows involved. There's no presentation on the screen involved here. There's no point in tying it to the windowing system. Have some more explicit responsibility split between the remote desktop server, as in the thing that communicates with the internet and has that, and the actual desktop environment. The right API level for the right use case, which practically means sometimes you need low-level stuff to have efficient plumbing, but sometimes you need a bit more high-level approach to the APIs to make the desktop environment and everything aware of what's actually going on. So, for example, don't use xtest for remote desktop input, for example. Use and create reusable components. So there are going to be a lot of complicated parts going on here, and you don't want to have a single gigantic API that does everything. So try to split it up a bit to make things shareable and reusable. Another big thing is be compatible with sandboxing. It was simply not possible on X7 reasonably, which means there must still be isolation. It must still be possible to limit for the screen sharing case, for example. And use modern API, no GLX specific extensions, and just use what is the gold standard now, as in render nodes for rendering and allocation, buffer allocation, DMA buffers for passing around hardware buffers around. And another goal, pave the way through, make it possible to implement a reliable hybrid remote desktop solution. So the plan. A descriptive high-level controller API that is dbus-based, split into three. One internal for our platform itself, a portal that handles everything about sandboxing, and then one for purely remote desktop solutions. And then for the low-level plumbing, be prescriptive. Descriptive here means you describe the situation and on a high level, but prescriptive it's more low level that you ask for specific things, and you could say that Wayland is usually descriptive when it comes to window management, but prescriptive when it comes to like buffer allocation and state handling and things like that. And have one API for pixel plumbing, and then another for input plumbing. This is roughly how the platform API looks. It's a bit split up between output and input, so screencast for output and remote desktop for input. Primarily for screen sharing case where you don't want to have an application being able to control your session. It's session-based, where in principle it should mean that there's a session in the display server or desktop environment that corresponds to a client connecting remotely, so like a user sitting somewhere else. Some functionality is split in between input and clipboard is in the remote desktop, and screencast is just pixel plumbing. And then a stream just for something that we're going to go on here. So the thing that we started with here, the first reusable component that we wanted to use was Pipewire. I imagine everybody knows what Pipewire is. It started as a video streaming platform, more or less, for webcams and screen sharing, more or less. Later it grew into an audio server as well, and I think that's primarily what it's used for now. Everybody uses, or most people are using for audio daemon. But in the beginning it was for video. And then have so-called Pipewire streams for every kind of source you have. If it comes to screen sharing, then it's either monitors or areas or windows and things like that. And then make use of something Pipewire has, which is stream parameter negotiation, which can have a remote desktop server communicate with the display server to set up a Pipewire stream that does the things that is appropriate for a remote desktop server sometimes, and sometimes it's for screen recording, for example, then maybe refresh rates and things like that matters. On a bad internet connection, you want low refresh rate, then you renegotiate the parameters to be a slower monitor, for example, and you have a fast internet, then you can have 60 FPS and things like that. Input, let's forget about that now, because we started with pretty terrible method calls, but I'll get to that later. We started out with just dbus method calls. And now I'm going to go a bit about how it looks now in the GNOME world. So we have the display server on the left, where libmother sits below GNOME shell. It exposes this platform API that I mentioned. It's used by the screen recording, the portal, which I'm not going to go into details now, and now the remote desktop server. I'm going to mention slightly how it looks inside of the display server. So a virtual monitor and a physical monitor. The difference is obviously that there's no actual physical monitor when it's virtual. But apart from that, it kind of looks similar. In the Linux DRI rendering DRM world, there's two kind of devices. There's the render node and there's the card node. And in a physical monitor, you use the card node to allocate buffers because they need to be compatible with scanning out on a wire. While on a virtual monitor, you use the render node, which doesn't have any connection to the mode setting and output of a. It has no connection to KMS, so to say, really. Rendering is similar. In a physical monitor, you can either render to an FBO as in a frame buffer object or an AGL surface or something similar in Vulkan World. While in the virtual monitor, we always render to an FBO. And the presentation is the bigger part that is different. In KMS, kernel mode setting, it goes to the wire, the HDMI wire or a display port. But in the virtual monitor, Pipewire is practically replacing KMS here. And inside this display server, this is all abstracted with virtual connectors, virtual CRTCs turns into a virtual monitor, and kernel mode setting connectors and CRTCs turns into a physical monitor. But to everything above that, it's the same. Virtual monitors turns into Wayland outputs and our configuration API and everything, and the scene graph and GNOME shell. So from everything above that layer, it's the same. Input is similar. You see here this little new thing that I'm going to mention soon is what I'm going to mention in the next slide, I think. Just as with output, input is also some indirection here that physical input devices, they talk directly to the kernel via lib input, but virtual devices talk to something implemented by liba, which I'm going to go through in a bit. But in the end, above the backend in the display server, it's all the same. It turns into a WL seat and pointer devices and hooks up to the accessibility input parts and the input capture and everything. And the next step here, the remote desktop server, I'm going to describe in a bit more historical manner. So back in 2015, somewhat not in the beginning of the Wayland transition of GNOME, but in the early days of the GNOME Wayland session world, we had to have some kind of way to implement a remote desktop server. And what GNOME had back then was Vino. Vino sat in the application box of one of the earlier slides to do screen sharing And that was the primary target for the initial days of GNOME Remote Desktop. So it was started around 2015, was aimed to replace Vino, which had its own libVNC server-ish fork, and were very tightly coupled with the way that X11 worked. So it was decided to create something new. And instead of having a fork of libVNC server, it uses the actual libVNC server library. It was, from the get-go, designed in a way to make it possible to add additional protocols by trying to make anything that is not tied to the actual remote desktop protocol outside of it. It used the descriptive internal platform API that I touched on briefly before. Pixel plumbing was all done through PyPyR, but the input was still based on these dbus method calls, and was also only ever screen sharing. Yeah, you can see where in the stack it sits. It sits a bit above the render nodes, but it sits like kind of GNOME, besides GNOME shell, because it's, even though it's using the API from it. Then the focus was turned somewhat to finishing the rest of the Wayland parts of the GNOME session. So it didn't see much progress in a few years, but then suddenly Pascal Nowak showed up with a lot of enthusiasm for implementing support for the RDP protocol. So he introduced that back in 2020 using the free RDP project, which from an upstream remote desktop protocol project point of view, it's much more active, it's much more featureful, it's much more potential, so to say. It saw a bunch of features happening, mostly by Pascal here, clipboard integration, even using a file system for this file transfer using clipboard feature that RDP has that maps nicely to one of the Nautilus clipboard MIME types. It got hardware acceleration with H.264 using CUDA as in NVIDIA, practically because Pascal had an NVIDIA card and you wanted to have hardware encoding. He added audio redirection in 2021, and then I went and added this new headless single-user remote desktop runtime mode back in 2022 as well. And then Pascal went on to add virtual monitor resolutions, which means you could resize monitors. And eventually, we decided in 2022 that we're simply going to replace the VNC option replace the VNC integration in GNOME with RDP, simply because it grew all these features. It was just much more feature complete than what we had before. So yeah, a lot of design went into fixing up the control center integration, and yeah, that happened. So yeah, this is the other thing that came to be. As I mentioned, reusable components. We had one for output. We didn't have one for input. So together with Peter Hutterer, he introduced this thing called libA, which is egg in German, but it stands for Library for Emulated Input. So it's a bidirectional IPC inspired a bit by Wayland, as in it's an XML file that describes the protocol, and then a binary IPC that actually implements it. It's libinput inspired in the sense that it's on the same level as libinput, as it doesn't deal with trying to emulate the hardware, it's trying to emulate the conceptual input devices. While it started with support for keyboards, as in key codes and key maps, pointers, absolute and relative, some buttons and touch, it's designed from the get-go to be extensible. And kind of right now we're seeing the fruit of that. We're getting more and more things, UTF, Unicode, keyboard symbols, touchpad gestures can be added to lib-A independently of everything else. Just needs the right plumbing in the endpoints. And right now, the work in progress that has merge requests open is even drawing tablet support, as in pens and all that stuff, and then keymap control. So this has also ended up being the same protocol and API used for input capture, which has a GUADEC talk from some years ago by Peter himself that you can go and look online. Just briefly how the remote desktop server is set up. It tries to share as much as possible in the generic parts, and then we have all these like protocol-specific implementations that sits in their own little areas. But it's still meant to be multi-protocol in its architecture. And since then, more and more stuff has been happening. We have this new lib-A thing, so we all went to replaced all the input method plumbing with lib-A, which meant not only got rid of that old dbus methods, but we got more control, or the remote desktop server got more control about how exactly input works and could do more things. Pascal went and added the multi-monitor support back in 2023, and Juan Torres, who also showed up and went and implemented remote login via GDM. There is a talk for that from an OpenSUSE conference some years back that I would recommend everybody to see to get some details about how that works. 2025, we got camera redirection and relative mouse movements. You can use GNOME Remote Desktop to actually play games, like first-person shooter games and things like that. Touch input also back last year. And then the newest things is moving away from being NVIDIA-specific when it comes to hardware coding and using VA API and Vulkan for further video encoding. Which means it works on more devices than before. And this year we also got single-user Kerberos authentication, because that has been a long-term problem with authentication in RDP and VNC, for that matter, that you can't use the password of the user to log in, which means you have to have a separate password, which is a bit awkward. So if you have Kerberos set up, which you probably don't, but then you can now use Kerberos. So what's coming next in the remote desktop world in GNOME? Let's see. One of the focus areas right now is get rid of the somewhat vendor-locked APIs that we have now. So everything that I mentioned when it comes to the headless access has been using our own GNOME prefixed private platform API. It has seen usage outside of it, which makes it a bit difficult to change, and it's like third-party solutions don't really want to be GNOME-specific when it comes to something that is supposed to work on more things, on more desktop environments. So that's why one of the current focus areas is introducing a specification to XDG specs, which is called org.freedesktop.remote desktop 1, which is a cross-desktop dbus API that specifically is designed for headless remote, headless and in the future hybrid. It's highly inspired by what we already have, so it's reusing all the things that we have added. Pipewire, lib-A. It's very explicit about the remote desktop server being in control and driving the session so that it can conceptually be seen as a replacement for KMS and input eBDEV. It's a great chance to get rid of technical debt. For example, the dbus methods and some stuff that can be migrated away from this API into Pipewire we can finally do. So once this one is out and anything that is relevant has migrated to it, we can start actually cleaning up the platform API to make it actually a platform API. It's currently backed by GNOME, KDE, and Tiger BNC. We've been collaborating on this recently to get somewhere with this. So hopefully it's going to be more projects than that. And eventually also, like GNOME Remote Desktop, I intend to make use of this, that we can actually run GNOME Remote Desktop on KDE eventually. Next up, specifically in GNOME, multi-user Kerberos authentication. If you run free API for free IPA, you can integrate it with that to get to not have to have separate passwords and things like that. There are some ideas floating around amongst us in how to deal with this and regular people's machines, which don't tend to be connected to some kind of identity management system. But so there's something we're going to experiment as well to not actually make it so hard to actually make use. Juan is adding support for smart card redirection, which involves some components, the same with Kerberos. So that's something that we at least hope to get into 51. The smart card redirection already has the merge requests open, but not the Kerberos ones yet. Next on the agenda, hopefully then 52. Hybrid remote desktop. It's the thing that never worked well on X11. We can perhaps finally have a real go at having a real solution. To mention short, the idea here is that the display server is actually fully aware of this so that it can reliably turn off physical monitors when you're connecting remotely and then switch back and make it so that you don't risk having both open at the same time. So when you're connecting remotely and the monitor turns on when you're not there without realizing it. Currently lacks, while we can mirror the resolutions from the remote clients in RDP, we don't have the solution for positioning them. So that's also something on the next thing. And then future, even further back, drawing tablet, video encoding other than AV1, which then would be probably only free RDP client specific, but it's not too bad. Drive redirection, as in practically forwarding the file system from the client to the host or the other way. And Rails, which is, you can see as if you run an application on your GNOME system remotely, and then you go to somewhere else and you connect through RDP, then you can continue with the application you were running remotely, but integrate it to your other system on your local machine. So if you have a GNOME builder running on your remote GNOME, then you can continue with the same builder instance on your local machine when you get home, for example. That was what I have.
Can you hear me? Oh. I think the microphone went a bit crazy and I made it worse. Thank you so much. If we have any questions, I'm happy to pass by and bring the microphone. In the meantime, people following online, feel free to send questions in the Matrix chat.
Hi. Do we have any idea on what the timeline looks like for this like org.free desktop API that other desktops could start using, or other like screen sharing tools or remote desktop tools can rely on?
So the idea is that screen sharing tool should never use this. It's portals that they should use because they need sandbox and everything. But timeline, it's always hard to talk about timelines in software. My hope is at least GNOME 52, if everybody can finalize some of the details of the API. We're currently discussing details about how to deal with keyboards. For example, keyboards is a very complicated topic because some protocols, they send key sims and some send key codes, and some wants the layout to be mirrored, some really don't, and there's a bunch of details there we need to iron out. That's I think the bigger thing that we're working on right now there. But yeah, we'll see.
One more question in the room.
If I remember correctly, GDM had a long time the problem that it can't really initialize networking really, so managing was problematic. Are you now tackling that area so that GDM can also do network connection and also ensure that you can remote login by accident?
So with the remote login, GDM is not involved in any kind of network. There's no TCP or UDP or anything talking to GDM. Just very briefly, because it's a kind of complicated topics, but in RDP, GNOME Remote Desktop sits and listens to all the connections, and it creates a greeter, as in the login screen sessions via GDM, and then routes things around, and then eventually you get a real session. But it's GNOME Remote Desktop that asks GDM to do things, and it's GNOME Remote Desktop that has the actual network. So there's no network code here in GDM. It's externalized, so to say.
So I had a question. Is GNOME Remote Desktop itself sandboxable? Like, does it use the Portal Remote Desktop APIs, or does it also use some GNOME private APIs as well?
Right now it doesn't use any Portal. It uses 2 or 3, depending on how you see it, private APIs. One is the platform remote desktop API that I mentioned, org.gnome.matter remote desktop and screencast. But for the login stuff, it uses org.gnome.displayManner, as in GDM's private API. But with the vendorless things, at least my idea here is that for screen sharing, you could use the portals and become practically an application that you just run. And then for the headless access, then it uses the org.freedesktop.remote-desktop1 API.
Any other questions? In the meantime, people from home haven't sent anything, so thank you so much, Jonas. Coffee break now, and then we'll see you back in a few minutes. I'll very quickly present it, and then you can go.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Hello, 1, 2, 3 test. Hello, hello. Please take your seats. We are about to start with our next presenter, Abderrahim Kitoni, and he's going to talk about the state of GNOME OS.
Okay, thank you everyone. So I'm going to try to present what progress, trying to mimic what other teams do with GNOME Shell and things like that, where we present what happened over the past year in GNOME OS. So who am I? Maybe most of you know me already, but I've been on the GNOME release team since 2018. I'm also, well, it's mostly the GNOME OS team and the release team are mostly concentric, but we have a few that are either on either side of the fence. And professionally, I work at CodeThink. I'm a software engineer. So, GNOME OS, do you know, is there anyone yet who doesn't know what GNOME OS is? Okay. So GNOME OS is GNOME's development, testing, and QA operating system. So we use it to build. So we build everything from latest mainline. We try to do it daily, but it often gets delayed. And it's also an image-based Linux system where you get a full image as an update rather than updating packages one by one. So you get exactly what was built and tested as a single update. So it uses all the systemd things for measured boot, encryption, using the TPM, systemd sysupdate for the upgrades, etc. So I'll start with the more user-visible things, and then go into more developer things, and finally with the lower-level things that people may not notice. Sorry. So the first thing is running GNOME OS on phones. So we've been building AR64 images for quite some time, but they were mostly for testing that we can build on AR64, and also for some people started using them on virtual machines, such as using UTM on macOS. Last year, I had a quick lightning talk where I presented GNOME OS running on the OnePlus 6. It worked, but it had quite some hacks. For instance, we used to repartition the device. With the OnePlus 6, it's not that bad because you can reflash it from scratch if you mess up, but with other devices that can be fatal. So we added experimental support for running GNOME OS on these Android devices using a few things. You can probably rewatch my talk at VOSDEM where I detailed these a bit more, where it was just this was the main topic. So we can U-boot. We use so U-boot can use a partition as if it was a block device. So scan for sub-partitions in there. So we added a udev rule to do the same thing from Linux, so that we can have the whole chain. But nowadays, systemd has support for this natively. So with this, we can flash the whole GNOME OS image onto a single partition, in this case, the user data partition that is provided by Android devices. this is generally the biggest partition in there, and even if we lose like a couple gigabytes by not using the other partitions, that's fine. We can use the put everything in the user data partition, and more importantly, we don't mess with the partition table, and we don't risk breaking the device. So this is currently supported for the OnePlus 6 and the Fairphone 5. We could theoretically add support for other devices, but for now, we want to focus mainly on the Fairphone 5, which is a pretty recent device. And yeah, we don't want to have multiple devices with multiple kernels, etc. We try to keep using the mainline kernel with minimal number of patches, which is the same kernel we use for our build. So we don't have device-specific builds for now. But I won't give a promise. But if you're interested in adding support for another device, it's mostly making sure that it works with the latest mainline kernel and adding firmware and the device tree and things like that. There is no guarantee that we will accept it in the main repository, but you can play with it if you have your own device. I forgot to mention something, is that we use a distribution of U-boot called Tauchgang, which is hosted on the Postmarket OS GitLab. So it supports quite a few Qualcomm phones, but for us, this is mainly the two that we work for now, and we probably don't want to try to support a lot of devices, but try to have a minimal number of devices that are well supported. One thing I want to mention is that the Fairphone 5 broke at some point with the update to Linux 7. So it's not always well tested, and it might break for a few weeks where you don't have an upgrade. Luckily, you can stay on the latest upgrade that works for you, and it might get and try to update from time to time in case it gets fixed. Like in this case, the Fairphone 5 now works again. And we don't know exactly what was the bug and what fixed it, but it works again. So the next step that we want to do with this GNOME OS on mobile is to try to revive the old patches that we had, that Jonas Dressler did for Mutter and GNOME Shell. We try to port them to the latest mainline and maybe have that as an optional feature that can be enabled in GNOME OS, so that while waiting for them to be mainlined into proper GNOME Shell and Mutter. So there will be a BOF session on Sunday for GNOME on mobile. This is not only for GNOME OS, but for the mobile aspects of GNOME. And if anyone is interested, we'll be there. So this is what I meant by enabling features. This is an example of a feature that we can enable using systemd sysupdate. So GNOME OS has a few system extensions that can be added using systemd sysupdate. We had a few of them already. So things like the NVIDIA driver, the development tools, even the debug symbols, and I'll come back to that later. And we added a new feature called Codecs Extra, which contains the codecs that can be used to play video files, all the video files. This is the equivalent of the org free desktop platform Codecs Extra Flatpak extension that you can install. Well, it tries to get to be automatically installed, but some distributors could choose to disable it. With GNOME OS, we did the other way. around which we are not, they are not enabled by default, and you can enable using update.ctl. And it would be nice to reboot if you try this, but ideally it could work without rebooting. Speaking of system extensions, some of them could at some time break, especially if you're a developer that you're testing things, such as the system extensions that are provided in CI by, I think, GNOME shell. You could download a system extension of any merge request and try to apply it locally. And if things break, especially if you're applying it permanently rather than just for the session, if things break, you need a way out of this. And for that, we added the safe mode, which allows you to skip loading the system extensions. So for example, we don't test the NVIDIA driver, and sometimes things break there. So this offers a way to disable it and boot using the open source drivers, which may not be performant, but generally don't break because it's Mesa. It's the same thing for other drivers. So this is how it looks. So if you're trying to, when you boot, you keep pressing the space or arrow key to get the boot menu, and you can choose which version you want to boot, and there is a safe mode variant for either one of them. The other thing, which I just mentioned about testing. So we now have the OpenQA tests run on every merge request, and we only merge it if the test passes. You can see that we have two tests, one that is marked as allowed to fail. So we have a few test suites. One is called GNOME install, which tries to boot GNOME OS and install it on a disk and reboot and make sure that it works. So this is the one that we are currently using to gate any merges to the GNOME build meta repository. So with this, we're sure that when you update, you don't get things that simply don't work, like GNOME shell doesn't load, get a black screen. These kind of things, we should hopefully avoid them when using this. Except for NVIDIA, of course, which I mentioned. Since we don't test on NVIDIA, there could be some bugs there. The test OpenQA desktop has a few tests for the applications, and we don't have the time to maintain all of them. So sometimes it's just failing because something changed in an application. So we need to go and update the screenshot, the expected screenshot. But sometimes some application doesn't start, and we don't know about that because there are a lot of false positives. But at least you get something working. There are some less visible changes. We made printing work more reliably. We use KMSCon as a Linux console replacement. So if you go to a Control-Alt F4 or F5, you will get a console that uses DRM, the kernel DRM, not the restrictions DRM. And yeah, it follows the keyboard that you set up using, so it uses the same keyboard as infrastructure as GNOME, so it doesn't use the kernel key maps. You could zoom in and out like in a terminal. You could even use the mouse. So but we don't want you to go to the terminal, to the BT. So you shouldn't see this unless you want it. We added a firewall D. By default, it's in a lax. It's used the lax zone by default, so you don't notice that there is a firewall. But if you want to configure it, you can. And we added thermal D. I don't remember what it is, but I think it helps with power management on some maybe Intel chips. Then we have more developer-focused changes. So the documentation has been reworked. It's all sitting in a single directory in the repository now. So we used to have things over the wiki. Some things was only discussed, was only known by the developers and not really written down. So we consolidated everything in a single place in the repository. And there is a work in progress to publish that as a website using MTBook. It should hopefully land soon. The debug info D. So debug info D is a service that can serve debug info artifacts over HTTP. So instead of enabling the debug CSEX system extension that will bring multiple gigabytes of debug symbols, you can use the GTP, or your debugger can request things on demand and only download things that you need for your session. So you don't have to keep things, So you don't have to keep things, the whole debug extension updated and downloaded on every change, which can be a lot of gigabytes to download. The next thing is the bootc integration. So bootc is, so this is not for GNOME OS proper, but for some downstreams that can use it, such as Bluefin. So we provide the OCI image, an OCI image with bootc that can be built and can upgrade. And you probably know about bootc. And if you don't, then you could look into the Universal Blue and Bluefin. They're using it for the update. It uses a system built as an OCI image. So when you want to update your system, you download an OCI image and apply it. We're continually testing the main branch of many or more, all GNOME components, all official GNOME components. So we are in a good position to catch bugs that typically don't get caught by individual tests, CI tests, and can only be seen in a complete system. So we had an issue with GNOME shell crashing when you stop an app that runs in the background. There is a more recent example of VTE crashing. At some point when the X11 code was removed from GNOME session, I think, or GTM, we could no longer boot. And these things couldn't be necessarily caught by individual tests because they have their own, they don't really run the whole system like we do with our OpenQA tests. Something that we also did was testing a select non-GNOME components. So we have GNOME systemd. Since we are using a lot of stuff from systemd, we tried to follow systemd main for some time. We stopped because of the high load on our CI, but we are getting back to it now. So it helps us to test things earlier and catch bugs earlier, which, for instance, when we did not track systemd main in the GNOME 50 cycle. We had a lot of failures due to systemd sysupdate rework, and it broke, and we discovered a lot of issues with that. Sorry. The next thing is Flatpak and XDG desktop portal. So Swick volunteered to fix bugs, and we enabled building Flatpak and XDG desktop portal from latest mainline, and we found a few bugs, and I think these, again, are things that wouldn't be noticed in an individual components test suite. So this only happened when so an example that we discovered is that link stopped opening. So I'm in the chat app, I click on a link and it doesn't open. And ultimately it was due to Flatpak because we're using mostly Firefox as a Flatpak browser and not, so yeah. It was in Flatpak and not in the system itself. A GNOME OS user fixed this. It was their first contribution to Flatpak, so this is also a good thing. There is this 007, which is an implementation of the secret service and intended to replace GNOME keyring being desktop agnostic, so you could use it in GNOME or in KDE. So I think GNOME OS was the first OS to ship it. We had quite a few bugs at the beginning, but Bilal helped squashing most of them. So there are still maybe a couple of minor bugs, but we are currently using, and I'm using it on my system. So I'm using GNOME OS on my main laptop, and yeah, we had some breakage for a week or so where you couldn't open some applications that stored their passwords in the secret service, but now it's working fine. Some low-level stuff. So this is probably a bit too technical, but I'll try to talk about it anyway. So we used to have a /etc. Since GNOME OS is a immutable distribution, we publish everything as a single disk image that gets our partition image, or except that it's not a single. So we have partitions and a UKI, but as a few images, and you could have more, which are such as the system extensions. So Etsy was not part of what we publish. So we have /user and system extensions and the kernel image. So /Etsy was populated by on first boot by copying or symlinking things from user's share factory to /Etsy. So symlinking would be probably ideal because it will keep things in sync. It's just pointing to the original file, but there are some issues with some services not following symlinks for their configuration. So we had to copy some of these files, and these files could get out of sync with what we ship. So what we have in user share factory gets out of sync with what is installed in Etsy, especially if things are deleted rather than added, so the old file could stay there. we switched to shipping the configuration as a systemd convex configuration extension. This is similar to the system extension, except that rather than being mounted on /user, it's mounted on /etc. And it can be useful for systems where we want to ship the configuration. It was mostly used for servers because it would leave your /etc as immutable as well. But now there is support in systemd to mount an overlay, a mutable overlay on top, so that it can hold any manual configurations that you make. So there is some, I don't know if we should call it a clever hack, but it mounts the /etc directory, which is stored on the disk. It will mount it on top of the configuration extensions, so that any files that you manually modify will get stored on /etc, but in the end, it will be mounted on top of what the system ships. Another one, which is something that we've been working on at CodeThink, is REC, the Remote Execution Caching Compiler. So it's a compiler wrapper for C and C++ that uses the Remote Execution API. This is the API used by Bazel, and it's also used by BuildStream, which is the tool that we use to possibly build remotely or just caching the result of builds. What REC is specifically different to BuildStream in that REC operates on a file-by-file basis. So if I run make, REC will cache or distribute. If you're using remote execution, you can build on a remote server. But REC will build things file by file. So while the rest of the build happens on your machine, but individual files can be cached or built remotely. BuildStream does this by building entire components at once. So I build GTK or I build glib, and I cache the result. If something changes, I need to rebuild the whole thing, but it will still be cached if it doesn't change. So some recent development in BuildStream is that we support running nested remote execution clients. So we could run REC inside the BuildStream sandbox and take advantage of BuildStream's caching of whole builds and REC's caching of individual components, individual files. So the results are great if in the right conditions, I would say. So when building WebKit on our pretty slow AR64 runner, we get an individual build where nothing changes in WebKit, but things change in the dependencies. So it gets down from about 6 hours to 30 minutes, because we still have to go through CMake and the whole build. It's just the individual compilation, so a C file to O file that gets cached. A full rebuild gets slower with this. So if we update the compiler and we want to cache things, so we're not doing, so we take even the checksum of the compiler as part of the cache key. So we try to make it very exactly the same as if we didn't have REC. So it's not a matter of caching at the best possible way to cache, but it's we're caching with exactly what was built. So any change will cause a rebuild, but hopefully we can still take advantage of the cache. So the full rebuild, especially since we use remote execution, gets pretty slow. There are some overhead with remote execution. Even if it's actually happening on the same machine, it's just in a different container, but it still adds quite some overhead. And this is the last topic. We had some nice features and hacks in GNOME OS that were upstream to systemd. So El Torito boot records for booting from a CD or DVD. So you might ask, who will boot actually from a CD or a DVD? Actually, it's virtual machines. Virtual machines expect an image, an ISO image of. So that's the main thing for these. So we have support for Btrfs replace. So this is what we use in the installer of GNOME OS, where we don't have to reboot after the install. So you just boot once, install, and you can remove the USB key and keep using your system. So this has been upstreamed into systemd repart. And one last thing is adding file capabilities in systemd temp files, which is, so we can set UID a bit or something like that using systemd temp files. Sorry, what's happening? I guess that counts as bugs of GNOME OS. Yeah. So instead of building everything in one build stream element, we have now split the build. So we have multiple elements getting to the image. And this was prompted by using makeOSI to produce the images. So this is a tool that's used by other distributions, and notably Particle OS, which is the systemd test OS, and KDE Linux. So we would like to use it too, and share some code. So it's a fancy wrapper. This is their definition on the website. So it's a fancy wrapper around DNF and app that allows to generate disk images. And it's a tool that can be easily used to build customized OS images. And we plan to use it for GNOME OS. So that's all. Me. Thank you for listening. And so we'll be having a GNOME OS BOF session on Monday, and we will be in the GNOME on mobile BOF on Sunday. And you can always reach us on Matrix.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If we have any questions from people in the public. In the meantime, we have a comment in the Matrix chat. Valentin David is saying, I did test booting GNOME OS from a real DVD. That works. Any other comments, questions? Everything has been very clear, apparently. Thank you so much. Thank you again. And now we have the next presentation from Alan. give us just a couple of minutes so we set up everything. I'll very quickly present you. So, hi everyone, and welcome back to the last session of day one, track one of GUADEC. We are going to hear the presentation from Alan Day, Community Update.
Okay, I'm not actually speaking today. I'm making other people speak instead, so sorry for that, but never mind. Yeah, I thought it'd be cool for us to allow the different teams to work on the GNOME project to come and give short updates to share what they're doing, what their highlights have been, any challenges they're facing, how you can get involved. The teams are a critical part of how the GNOME project works. And I think it's really good to give them an opportunity to present so we all know about all the work that's going on in the project. So if you volunteered or I volunteered you to speak, please come and sit in the front row. We are going to have presentations from 10 teams. This is in order, so hopefully you should know where you're going to come. You'll each get 5 minutes. Your slides are all on the deck. And we'll hold a sign up when you've got a minute left. So 5 minutes each. So I'd like to ask Zelda to come up first to kick things off for the engagement team. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, a quick introduction because it's my first GUADEC here. I'm Zelda. I contribute mainly to calendar settings, a few other projects in GNOME, and I'm also part of the engagement team, which is what I'll be talking about here. Who we are, it's not just me, thankfully. It's also Alan, Paul Brown, who originally from KDE, Harry Rana, Adiata, sorry, I might say your name wrong, and Victoria, so it's quite a few of us. What we mainly do is draft posts for our social media accounts. And we usually like to do like a theme for posts which include the Pride campaign we ran last month to highlight queer contributors in both GNOME and KDE, and now Disability Pride Month because this month is Disability Pride Month. We helped blog about the GNOME 50 release and all the cool things all of you guys have added that release. We've helped promote Friends of GNOME, trying to help get that in front of as many people as possible, to drive as many people as possible to become Friends of GNOME and donate. And a lot of us do local outreach in our countries or special sections, which has proven quite effective. Challenges we've faced is getting you guys, the developers, the contributors, to speak about all the cool things you're doing in GNOME. As a developer, I find it difficult myself to, well, talk about myself. So that's what we're here for, to help you get all the cool work you guys are doing in front of as many eyeballs as possible, and to also help fundraise, drive people to become Friends of GNOME, so we can keep funding the amazing work that GNOME does. If you would like to join us, whether it's to help draft posts or just simply share your work, we have 2 matrix rooms. We have a general engagement room, where we plan campaigns and stuff, and we have a socials room where we draft the posts and you can drop your own posts on Fedi to be boosted by the official GNOME account. We also have weekly meetings on Mondays. Sometimes not all of us can make it to those, but we do try and hold them, and they are quite productive to help us decide what to post and such. I think that's it for engagement. Thank you, everyone.
I'm going to hide the cursor. Okay, Emanuele, you're up next. You're 2 teams, right?
Yeah, I'm everywhere.
So, hi everyone. I'm going to talk about the platform team, which is the latest thing that we came up with in the past, like, 12 months. Of course, I put my name there, not because I am the platform team, that would be absolutely insane, but because I'm the one speaking here. Because in reality, everyone that maintains a core platform library is part of the platform team, whether you like it or not. I will find you. So yeah, if you are a core contributor for a platform library, you get to join the platform team. What we do feedback on proposals for new API, new feature sets, everything that happens in glib, Pango, GTK, Liquid Data, basically it's there. We provide you information for application developers or other platform like developers. On new features, we try to get newcomers to contribute to those platform libraries, otherwise they will not exist in the future. And we do planning for like the various cycles and new features that we want to add. So, how to contact the platform team? The first thing you have to do is, well, you have multiple venues actually. If you have a doubt about anything related to new features that you want to implement, or you want to have a clarification on documentation or anything, you can tag an issue with the team platform label in GitLab. We also have a platform category on Discourse. We have a monthly planning meeting the last Friday of every month. We've been somewhat consistent in that. We've been less consistent in taking minutes and publishing them. It's a hard topic, and yeah. We will also have a matrix room at some point soon. It's hard to get new matrix rooms within the confines of moderation and everything else. So people will not have to join the GTK room and ask if they can ask questions about glib or whatever, or introspection or whatever. The challenges, well, keeping up the momentum mainly. It's a new team. It's trying to implement some sort of consistency, so keeping up the momentum is the challenge. Finding minute takers, people that care about the agenda, so we don't devolve into weird rabbit holes during the meetings. Basically, anybody within a secretarial role or similar. And we need to find more non-GTK topics. We cannot just discuss about GTK. There is an entire platform there. So please, if you have a topic on any other library, come join us. Yeah. I'm also going to talk about this in my talk tomorrow, so join us, join me, and we can talk about that. Yeah, that will be me for this particular topic. Yes. So I pass the torch to the other Emanuele Bassi, which is here I am, but also other people for the bindings team. Come. If you maintain a binding, just come here. Ah, damn it. Come on, don't be shy. Sergey is over there. Yeah, come on, we have time. Don't worry. Right, again, I'm here, but I'm not here. I don't maintain a language binding, but I maintain the introspection package, so that's it. So the bindings team originally was supposed to be a smaller subset of the platform team, but in reality, it's its own thing, and it better be its own thing. So if you maintain one of the language bindings that we use every day in our core applications, circle applications, whatever, welcome to the team. Yeah, again, how to contact us, actually, when to contact us. Whenever you want to add an API to a library and you're unsure whether or not it works correctly in different languages. Whether you have doubts about introspection, annotations, stuff like that, memory management, namespacing, things like that. Or you're writing a new programming language binding for the GNOME platform. Join us, because these two people and others that are not here have solved a lot of problems already, so you might end up getting a pretty good idea of how to solve your own problems just by asking us. Similar to the platform bindings, the team bindings label on GitLab, the bindings category on Discourse. We will try to get regular meetings. We only had one. Sadly, conferences, vacations, and real life intervened. But we will go back to regular meetings. And also, we'll try to get a matrix room so that we don't have to find a geometry introspection matrix room and just talk about random language bindings there. Yeah, new team. The projects, this is different because the projects are heterogeneous. They are hosted everywhere, not just the GNOME infrastructure, so GitHub, Codeberg, whatever. So they are part of the GNOME ecosystem, but they're not part of the GNOME infrastructure, which has its own challenges when it comes to notifying people, keeping track of things, and so on and so forth. Again, momentum and visibility, because people think that the language bindings are either a GNOME project by itself, or they are maintained by the libraries themselves, or they are completely alien, so that nobody knows how to contact people in a precise venue. So yeah, that would be us.
Tobias, you're next.
Hello, I'm here for Circle because none of the other Circle people are here, but yeah, let's see what is on actually the slides. Right, so there are several people on the committee, but let's say activity changes over time. Actually, yeah, this is not fully up to date because Brage recently came back and is doing some more things now, but also some of the people on the list are not so active lately. Luckily, one sort of new development is that Philip is going to join the team soonish. So like hopefully that's going to bring up the strength a little bit. But I think in general, actually wait, maybe I should 2 steps back. What is Circle? We basically are, I don't know, I guess a review/certification and also a little bit mentoring program for people making third-party apps. I guess our scope has kind of grown over time as the bar of quality has gone up, and I think the number of reviewers has not. It's more like stayed the same or gone down at times, and I think that's generally sort of been a problem that we've had. But we have made it to 70 apps, and that's pretty cool. I think we've added around 4 apps per cycle on average over the last few years, so it does eventually kind of add up. Yeah, I think our biggest problem that we've tried various things to address but have never really found a good solution is just that we can't handle all the requests. I think at any given time we usually have between 20 and 40 open threads. Not all of them are every week there's an update, but often if as a reviewer I reply, then on the next day the person already immediately comes back, and I haven't even managed to reply to the other 4 open threads that I'm currently handling. So that's a bit of an issue, and also, yeah, I don't know, the whole AI nightmare is on the horizon. So that's something we're concerned about, but at least not directly affected by yet. But I think, yeah, that's probably just a matter of time. So we already put in a rule around that that's already being used in other GNOME projects to basically not submit slop. In general, we're always interested in people joining. If you know roughly how the HIG works and like how a good app looks, then you're qualified to at least start doing reviews. Like we do usually mentor new reviewers and so on and help you like get into it. Yeah, in general, we're always happy to have new people because we would like to get to the point where we can reopen submissions again. Because we recently closed them because we were like, okay, we have all these reviews from 3 years ago that aren't getting feedback. Meanwhile, there's a lot of new stuff piling up. So our hope for this year is to like sort of work down the backlog and then hopefully have a better cadence for new people applying. That's it. Thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Florian, and I was volunteered to speak on behalf of the Shell team, which is like the team that provides like the core desktop experience, and is basically Matter, which is the Valent display manager and compositor, and then GNOME Shell on top of that, which is the core desktop UI. This is, well, at least part of the team. I mean, there are like a couple of more developers who can probably consider themselves part of the team, but this is like the core team. Those are like probably like the most visible features that were worked on during the past year. First, there are some formerly experimental features. This became stable and enabled by default. Namely VRR, which is variable refresh rate, and fractional scaling. Then, well, features that existed but were like improved. Well, mainly like things like HDR support, screencasting, remote desktop. Then, well, you can consider it a feature, but the X11 backend was dropped, which got rid of quite a lot of legacy code and workarounds. And on the Shell side, we had like a paid contribution that was for implementing parental controls on top of the existing digital health and well-being implementation. Challenges. Probably we are not alone in this, but we have like a relatively small team and yeah, like an ever-growing list of contributions and a review queue. It's not necessarily like the easiest area to get started with. It's just by its nature, it's more complex than just firing up Builder and hitting the run button, as in particular, like the display server has to interact with hardware. Development is a bit more involved. Although we do provide some tooling which should make it relatively easy, because there are like pre-built containers that you can just start working with and don't have to like deal with too many dependencies. And we will talk about this in detail, so please come to like the now transitional State of the Shell talk that will be on Saturday. Okay, thank you.
So hi folks, I'm Felipe, I'm representing the settings teams. I work with Matthijs, unfortunately he couldn't come, but we are sort of the true representing of the settings team that are actively working on the project, but we have a lot of like drive-by contributors and also people who are working on specific subsystems, right? Settings, it's nowadays just when we're talking about control center and the settings daemon, but I'm also like inspired by the platforms team, bindings team, would like to expand it a little more and include more like related topics so we can build actually a more active team. I think that lately we have done this kind of pattern where we spend one release like hardening and polishing things, doing bug fixing, and then in another one we kind of land big features. We had a lot of technical debt that we're still paying from like when we did like this very fast port from GTK 3 to GTK 4. So we did a lot of this work during this cycle, and I think it was very successful. We also worked a lot in accessibility improvements because both Red Hat Enterprise Linux and Ubuntu were trying to achieve certification for the European Accessibility Act to be able to be available in the European market. So we did a lot of work into improving the use of GNOME settings for keyboard navigation, screen reader, contrast. So a lot of this work has happened, still a lot more to come. We also like finally decided to like apply a universal code style that makes the whole code consistent, and we use CI to validate that. We have like code that is 18, 17 years old in there, which uses tabs, some other type of formattings. So we finally consolidated on a coding style that we are able to enforce, and helps a lot with new contributors because oftentimes they just don't really know which style to apply. They just like look at the surroundings and there's inconsistency all over. We also switched to GNOME OS CI, which comes with a lot of also goodies for testing, static analyzer, and things like this. So I think it has been a really effective cycle. I would say that in terms of challenge, that's our main challenge. We have a lot of drive-by contributors that are improving interactions, UI fixing, polishing. But when it comes to like introducing features that depend on like lower levels of the stack, I think that we are still kind of spread too thin, because Control Center is this hub where a lot of subsystems are converging. So you need to know about printers, you need to know about user account management, power management. So there are various subsystems that converge in GNOME Control Center, and I like to think of myself as somebody who like is able to switch context a lot, but I think I still fail to get deep into certain subsystems. So I would like to ask for help for people who are specialized in specific subsystems that we expose in settings to join our project and provide like some deeper expertise on those fields. For upcoming plans, I hope still to land the new fingerprint management dialog. We had like very historical accessibility issues with enrolling fingerprint, managing fingerprints ever since the GTK 3 to GTK 4 transition. But Alan has done an amazing job with designing the new UIs for managing fingerprints. I managed to implement most of it. Marco Trevisan from Canonical also has helped with it, so I hope we can land this still in 51. We're counting the days now until the beta freeze, but I think we're going to make it. And then there's work that already started on the display settings redesign. This is something that I'm actually like looking for reviewers because we are like lacking active contributors in settings. So it would be nice to have somebody with like more displays background to try to help me reviewing that. That work is almost done. The network settings modernization, right? Also like a big technical debt. We have the connection editor dialog that still uses very old user interface patterns with tabs and not like very list row oriented. So I started working on those. There's also like a lot of little subsystems in that. Like you have like mobile networks, Wi-Fi, a lot of network managing things, and also Bluetooth tethering. So it's quite a complex change, and I have already over 100 commits there, so I'm struggling to have somebody to review them. So that's something that I hope to land for 52. The appearance settings also has like historical issues with like the speed of loading the panels, like the wallpapers, thumbnailing them. So this is also work that Matthijs is actually wanting to do for GNOME 52. So I'm pretty happy that we are advancing on that. We have so far the Control Center channel where we mostly discuss settings related things, not just because of GNOME Control Center, but settings daemon, GNOME Bluetooth, and all the account service things related to that. And we do bi-weekly calls. In this channel, we're going to find the agenda where you can add topics to the bi-weekly calls, and then we usually just join on Big Blue Button and discuss how to do about it. It's also a place for people to ask for reviews, asking for advice on how to fix things. So we are also receiving like a lot of new contributors joining the calls to learn how to get involved with settings. And yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Philipp Saberzeig and I'm a recent member of the design team. I've been contributing to design for 3 years now, but alongside my kind of senior team. I feel pretty new. There's Alan Day, of course. There's Jakob Steiner. There's Tobias sitting in front. I was told that Sam Hewitt is going to join the team next cycle again. And there's Cassidy sitting there that I'm trying to convince until the end of the GUADEC to join back the team also. We've got quite some nice improvements across different apps, but the highlights, I would say, are the new icons. So thanks to Matthias for implementing the rendering. Thanks to Jakob for redesigning more than 1,000 icons. They look so sleek, and I'm looking forward to all the new capabilities that we have with transitions and animations. There's also some progress, I would say, on standardization efforts. These things, they always take years. It's not done yet, but the discussions are evolving, and I think I'm happy to push them over the finish line soon. There's progress on stuff like action dialogues. These are the dialogues where you have cancel and some progressing action in the top, like for adding a new clock or a new event or something like that. We're going to standardize this and update the design a bit. There's also work going on for floating controls, so all the stuff that is in maps, the zoom buttons, in loop, the zoom buttons. All of these things, they look a bit different, so we're trying to standardize that, and I think there's progress on that. Of course, there's also progress in different apps, but it's not like one singular highlight, I'd say. All of our apps are now most of our apps are GTK4, so that's pretty nice. Disk is evolving. GNOME Boxes is evolving. Jakob has done some really nice wireframes on a new app for migrating all data from an old device to a new device, which we don't have yet at all. I've been pretty much involved with designs for calendar recently. It's not yet implemented, but there are mock-ups for mobile views, so there will be a mobile month view, a mobile week view. You can this is already implemented. There's participants now in events, so if you have event invitations, you will see who's participating. We'll have invitations and all of that. There's more highlights, but I don't have much time. We've got some challenges. None of this is recent, and I already heard other teams talk about this too. We're a small team. We've got a lot of responsibilities. There's so many core apps, there's circle apps, there's all the platform things, standardization work going on. There's a long backlog. There's more than 1,000 issues tagged needs design. I guess it's pretty annoying that we don't respond quickly. Yeah, it's very difficult with all these topics pouring in. I know that so many people are waiting for feedback. We'll try to catch up with that. Unfortunately, the situation really leads to a situation where we are more reactive to the most painful things, trying to prevent bad things to happen and to land. We would rather prefer to work more strategically and present developers with ready-made mock-ups, and they could just implement that. Yeah, we would actually like to be more people on the team, not necessarily always involved with all the topics, but maybe have more people specialized on apps at least, so there could be a contact point or something. Unfortunately, I know by my own experience that it's pretty difficult to get started with design. Like, I've been contributing for 3 years now, and I'm still struggling sometimes where to do stuff and how to do it. There's good news about this, and I'm skipping to the next slide for this, because I managed to get funding for the next 2 years to work on design primarily, which is pretty cool because I'm available starting this Monday. So from this week, I'm available for developer consultation. There should be more quicker responses to your requests now. You can also, if you're a maintainer, you can reach out to me if you're contributing as a designer to apps. I know there are some people doing that. I wasn't able previously with my job to reach out to them and onboard them, but please reach out to me if you want to get onboarded on the team, more involved. I'm available for that. There's other things I'm going to work on. It's facilitating, actually, contributing to design, so we will improve our tooling, have better templates, more recent templates, better HIC documentation. I will also actively work on onboarding. There will be I try to develop clear contribution paths to newcomers, And I will also talk publicly about these, so please watch out for news on how to contribute to design. I'll have news about that. There are many things that members of the design team are working on. I really appreciate all the work that Tobias is doing regarding local first. It's amazing work, and we're really getting somewhere. There's also some long-term ideas we have regarding Shell, and there will be a longer blog post about these changes, because these are not singular stuff that can just land by itself, but must be coordinated, and there will be some blog posts about it soon. Yeah, how to join? There's the design channel, of course. It's a very active room. Sometimes maybe it feels like just you're shouting in a large room and you don't know whether someone is there in response, but please do that. You can also ping me if you want, or if you know who's responsible, ping the specific person from the design team. There's also a very nice recent channel, App Icon Design. It's very active, and people are contributing to app icons. It's amazing. Continue doing that, please. There's a BOF on Monday for design. Please join us, get involved. There are really interesting things going on. And as I said, during the fellowship, it's 2 years, I will try to create new opportunities to contribute to design, and I will announce them on Twig, of course. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay, I'm about to murder someone's name. Guillaume? Guillaume. Guillaume can be with us right now, so he's provided a talk. I hope this works. It hasn't been tested yet. So fingers crossed. Oh, oh.
Hello, GUADEC. I'll give an update consisting of myself, Swedish coordinator Anders Jonsson, Brazilian Portuguese coordinator Rafael Fontanel, and French coordinator.
It's, Guillaume sent it to me, but he didn't say who it was from. It's correct. It's correct.
It is correct. Sorry.
Hello, GUADEC. I'll give an update from the internationalization team, consisting of myself, Swedish coordinator Anders Jonsson. Hello, GUADEC. I'll give an update from the internationalization team, consisting of myself, Swedish coordinator Anders Jonsson, Brazilian Portuguese coordinator Rafael Fontanel, and French coordinator, as well as damn lice hacker Guillaume Bernard. Also, don't miss Guillaume's GUADEC talk on internationalization tomorrow. We want to start with giving a huge shout out to all the persons that have handled internationalization coordination previously throughout the years. Without you, we couldn't do what we're doing now. Much of what we have done so far in the new team is handling daily churn and backlogs of issue reports. The team handles requests for string freeze break exceptions, requests for additions of new modules to the damn lice translation website, and requests for new coordinators for inactive translation team or creation of totally new translation teams. Of these, the freeze exceptions and module additions are in good shape, while we still have more open coordinatorship requests than we would like, even though progress is being made. We have an open coordination issue for discussing the future process of adding language coordinators. Damned Lies is also evolving with graphical features like adding a dark mode, as well as support for pushing to more Git forges. Recently, Git client Gitte was added as the first module hosted on Codeberg. Push support for free desktops GitLab is also in the works, waiting for a mailing bug to the GitLab account to be fixed. work is also done on publishing a new GNOME translation project documentation. Part of the challenge is finding still relevant stuff from the old documentation on the wiki and adjusting what can be used with some polish. Join us at the internationalization room on gnome.org matrix to discuss internationalization questions.
All right. Can I move on? No, I can't. I can only play.
Hello.
Here we go. Felipe again, internships.
Actually, we are a team of two. So yeah, we're going to talk about the internship initiatives in GNOME. As you might know, GNOME participates in Google Summer of Code and Outreach. Google Summer of Code is an internship program that we've been participating for over a decade now. We have had over 100 contributors participating in Google Summer of Code, and this is a place where we are working towards bringing new people into our community, opportunities to have new contributors getting funded to start. Like everybody knows that it's really hard to have time available for open source work if you actually have to pay the bills. Outreach is a project that started with the GNOME community. We focus on helping minorities to get started with open source software. And we are lucky that GNOME started the project and we are still part of it. Our Outreach internships are funded with GNOME Foundation donations. So if you donate to GNOME Foundation, you are helping us fund Outreach internships. And as you might see, our community is aging and sometimes shrinking in some fronts. So this is a great opportunity to bring new people and ensure some sustainability to our project. So if you're interested in mentoring or helping somehow our outreach internships or internships in general, please contact us. We think it's important to not just have one mentor, but also have like a village of people interested in contributing together. So you might not be the main mentor for a project, but you might volunteer as a group of 3 or 4 individuals who are going to be helping an intern through their internship. So this is also very helpful. For 2026, we got these 6 projects participating in Google Summer of Code. Tomorrow, as the last presentation on the schedule, we are going to have the lightning talks presented. So you're going to have like about 3 minutes of each one of those interns presenting about their work, and you're going to get to know them a little more. 2 of them are going to be here present, and the others sent pre-recorded videos. Also, one of the main challenges we have with the internships is helping the interns travel to GUADEC, especially when GUADEC happens in Europe and interns are from other places. So this is also something that we see as a challenge. But there are many more challenges. I think Aryan can speak about them.
Yeah, so speaking about the challenges, one of the first one, the most controversial topic around here, the use of AI. So there's still no single consensus around it that are we pro AI, are we against it, or if certain projects should like embrace it, or like this year we also saw a lot of submissions which were either purely written by AI or partially written, a lot of projects where some code was written by AI or either like the whole code was written by AI. So we still are discussing around that how we want to approach this problem. It's not just GNOME that is facing this. We actually faced it much less, I believe, than the other communities are getting impacted by the plethora of submissions that are happening. So that is one topic that we are still discussing, that how we want to tackle that in our community. Then there's the lack of mentors and admins and also project ideas. So every year, like we have to reach out and still we don't get as many project ideas as we could really utilize to embrace and get more contributors in, because internships are one of the ways with which we get a lot of more contributors to the GNOME project, and because of the lack of project ideas or mentors, we still aren't able to utilize that to the full extent. And then there's the engaging of contributors for the long term. We do have contributors who have been sticking around with us for a long time. I was a GSOC intern previously, Felipe was one, and there are some over here and not over here as well who have been with us for a long time, who started their journey with internships, but we could certainly focus more on how we can bring them together and make them a better part of the community where they stick for a longer time and they keep on contributing, maybe by getting them some job opportunities or getting them some kind of role in the community so that they feel to be a part for a longer time with us. So we would be discussing all of these topics at the internship UF as well. We have one on the last days. So if you can join there, then we could have some discussions around all of these 3 topics.
And about future plans, yeah, we are like a bit overwhelmed as admins to try to organize more things. So having more admins contributing with us free to do more of our future plans. A lot of the time is wasted now with getting sure that evaluations are filled, that forms are filled, because since people are being paid, this is very serious and it's like deadline constrained. So we do a lot of paperwork, and that kind of keeps us busy for doing other things. But if we had more people, we'll be able to do much more things. We feel that we are lacking at community bonding, that interns are often like in their little silo working with their mentor, but not actually like being exposed to the broader community of hackers. So trying to engage them by doing like calls where we're going to have like a GTK developer coming to talk about GTK to the interns, or somebody from another project having some sort of like workshops, things that can be done asynchronously or online, things that can be facilitated by us. It's what we see in the future. And also job hunting, because I think that the main issue we have that people step away from the project is because they are like looking for jobs afterwards, because it's usually like when you are finishing your university, when you're participating in these internships, people end up like getting away and working on other tasks. So if we can help them find jobs that are like somehow on the periphery of the desktop at least, then we can have bigger chances of retaining them. So this is what we want to be doing, and for that we need like more contributions as mentors and admins to sort of free, and also to organize those activities as well. I think that's it for us. We have the internships channel where you can ask questions about it if you want to be an intern or if you want to be a mentor, participate. It's like a very broad channel where we organize everything. And we also have the gsoc.gnome.org website for the Google Summer of Code specific things. That's it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Carlos Garnacho. I'm Federico Mena. We're both part of the Code of Conduct Committee. Yeah, we respond to Code of Conduct reports and maintain the COC. We just published the most recent transparency report last week, I think. And the first item there is actually part of our challenges. Up to now, we have been mostly reactive to reports that people make, but we have not been proactive in, I don't want to say chasing or policing people on Matrix channels or on discourse for things that they do that don't really go as far as violating the Code of Conduct. Some of these issues they're pretty regular. They are not always low level. A number of people in the community have gradually turned themselves into missing stairs in the project. If you are not familiar with the term, a missing stair, it's like a person that people who have been a long time in the project have known of, or have learned to avoid them because they're like a broken stair in your staircase. But newcomers, when they run into them, they don't know to avoid them, and they, they clash violently. So it's usually people who like to be angry in the internet and put down others for their opinions or whatever. And we have gotten reports sometimes about these people. We have talked to them. Evidently, we need to talk to them again. So this is a problem when people manage to be mean or annoying or dismissive in a consistent fashion without actually causing a report to be made to the Code of Conduct Committee. We have been thinking of how to deal with those. We have some plans for this next year, hopefully. There is going to be a refresh of the code of conduct itself and the procedures that the committee follows. We are going to contract with Marie Norden from, she has her own consultancy for codes of conduct. She was also in the, or is also in the Fedora Code of Conduct Committee. And the update of the COC is about a few things. One of them is seeing what new and shiny features we can steal from the new Contributor Covenant 4.0, which has some interesting things, particularly around impersonation, or disallowing impersonation. And there's going to be a community consultation for what people think should be done as updates to the COC or its procedures. So expect news from that, from the board and the COCC this next upcoming year. And what should I say? Huh? I thought you covered it. Did I just run through everything? Yeah. Oh.
All right, thank you everyone. This was great. It was so good to hear about all the important work that all our teams are doing. The project would not be able to function without you. So I'd like one last round of applause for everyone who's spoken. We will be picking this up again on Saturday morning at the AGM, when we'll be hearing from some of the other groups that are contributing more under the foundation umbrella. So that's first thing in the morning, so don't stay out too late the night before, and please be here on time. Thank you very much.
So we have like 10 more minutes. If someone has any question for any of the teams, now it's your time. We can make a good use out of this 10 minutes. Nope, I think you guys were very clear. Cool, so this was the last presentation for today. I hope you have enjoyed the first day of the conference. We will meet each other again tomorrow morning with more very, very good sessions. And I wish you a great evening and hope you will enjoy the city. So thanks a lot for coming.
That's yours. Dropping the video on you.